All right, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, September 8th. We have three lengthy items for you tonight. Up first is going to be Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd and members of the community who participated in developing project ideas for strategies to revitalize the South Broadway corridor, and here to present their suggestions. So, good evening, Tim. I'll let you kick us off, and then you may add a few words as well.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So we're really excited tonight. I have about 20 or so people behind me, both city staff members, as well as you mentioned, members of the community who are really excited to be here to present their ideas for the revitalization of South Broadway. So I'm going to give a really quick, overview of the project, and then I'll turn it over to Amanda Arntz and Madeline Hinkfist from our communications department, who will talk about community engagement, and then we'll jump into the projects. So as a reminder, we did come before council twice in May 15th May 5th and May 19th, to present to you a proposal for a revitalization framework. And essentially, phase one of this project has been to engage members of the community in developing ideas that have come to you tonight, to revitalize the area. And so tonight we're going to give you a lot of information, but we also are looking for a direction based on the suggestions that we're providing. So hopefully tonight phase one ends, which is focused on community engagement, and then phase two will start based on your direction. So based on your direction, it could be to push pause on some items, it could be to break the ground on some items, it could be to modify some items. So whatever that direction looks like is what our phase two will look like. As a reminder, the framework is intended to engage community members to make the corridor a place people want to live, work, and play. It's also heavily focused on community engagement. We had 600 people take a survey. We had 2 community engagement events. We had about 75 people be a part of the 8 strategy groups. And Madeline and Amanda will do a great job going over the details of that community engagement strategy. And then finally, originally it had 10 strategies, but we're down to 8. And so the work that we focused on over the last few months focused on those 8 strategies. Just as a quick reminder, the area of Broadway we're talking about is a 2+ mile stretch that runs just below Hamden, technically at the intersection with Jefferson, close to the Littleton border at Bellevue Avenue. I just wanted to highlight here that a lot of the work that we've done does connect directly into the city's strategic plan. I won't go over it all in detail, but as you see here, branding is a little bit different, but the other 7 strategies all map very closely to goals and outcomes in the city's strategic plan. And the purpose of tonight's presentation, as I mentioned, is to provide an overview of the project, what our community members have done to date, and to ask you for direction on how to move next. Thank you. I'll turn it over to our communications team.
Hello, I'm Madeline Hinkfist, and I'm the Neighborhood Engagement Program Manager, and I worked with Amanda Arntz to help lead the engagement effort for this project. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this slide is going to lay out our levels of engagement. This project is focused mainly on the consult, involve, and collaborate levels with the community. Our efforts focus on going out into the community, asking community members what they wanted to see on the South Broadway corridor, and then using their feedback to create a plan and projects that you will see detailed here tonight. So here you will find the community engagement timeline. The framework that was presented to you on May 5th and was on May 5th. And right after that meeting, we started engaging the community and wrapped up this phase of engagement about 2 weeks ago. Here you will see all of the engagement opportunities listed. And everything encompassed the entire community. We hosted 2 open house style events and then attended 2 events that community members were already planning to attend, like neighborhood nights at Duncan Park and then the Englewood Block Party. And there we were able to engage hundreds of community members. And then the in-person events gave community members the opportunity to learn about the potential revitalization effort and ask questions and give their feedback orally. And then we also had an online survey. As you know, not everyone can attend an event, so to make this process equitable, we created an online feedback tool. The survey was open to all community members, and we had paper copies available at different locations in Englewood. Another online tool that we had available was a GIS mapping tool. Over 150 community members shared their input through this tool. The tool allowed users to explore the corridor and then drop pins to indicate opportunities for wayfinding, history locations, placemaking, and more. So the first open house was held on May 13th, and this was the official kickoff to the project. It was at the Colorado Finest High School, which is located right off of the corridor. And each strategy group was there, inviting residents to join their strategy group if they wanted to get more involved. And then our second official engagement event was the South Broadway Walking Tour. It was held in the beginning of August on the 4300 block of Broadway. The tour started and ended at Western Sky, and this gave community members the opportunity to get out on the corridor and walk the section. The 8 strategy groups were dispersed on both the east and the west side, so community members had to walk the street, cross the street, and really experience what it was like on the corridor. And while participants were doing that, they had a survey and were encouraged to take that while visiting each strategy table.
Good evening. Amanda Arntz, communication strategist for the City of Englewood. We use the community feedback survey to gather input on how the community sees the Broadway corridor from Hampton and Bellevue today and how they envision the corridor into the future. The survey was open from August 1st through August 25th and received 600 responses, giving us a strong sense of community priorities. The survey was offered both online and in paper formats at city facilities to increase accessibility and was promoted through the Englewood Magazine, community events, social media, and other online channels, allowing us to reach a broad range of residents, business owners, employees, and visitors of the corridor. In the survey, we heard from a broad mix of ages. The largest groups were between 25 and 54 years old. Respondents included residents, business owners, and visitors of the corridor. In terms of corridor usage, 65% of respondents live within half a mile of the corridor, 43% visit for shopping and dining, 46% travel through the corridor regularly, and 13% either work or own a business in the corridor. This gave us a well-rounded perspective from people who experience Broadway in different ways. Most respondents describe the current corridor as rundown, car-dominated, or unsafe. At the same time, many highlighted its potential and strong community character, showing optimism for the future. There were also clear support for the existing local businesses and the eclectic feel of the area, which people want to see preserved and strengthened. When asked what the community does not want to see on the corridor, there was a strong desire for a move away from car-centric uses and oversized parking lots that prioritize cars over people. There's also concern about big box retail or other large developments that could overshadow the local character of the area. Safety was a top priority and a common theme throughout the survey. People don't want to see unsafe activity, trash, or poorly maintained properties in the area. Overall, people want to avoid anything that detracts from the safety and the sense of community, and they want to see local businesses thrive in the corridor. So looking to the future, the community sees a lot of potential on South Broadway. They want to see improvements in safety, aesthetics, and overall character, as well as strong support for the business community. The community's vision for South Broadway emphasizes a desire for a vibrant, safe, and walkable corridor. They want more green space, a stronger community feel, with more locally owned small businesses, with continued support for the existing businesses in the corridor. Residents and stakeholders see an opportunity for South Broadway to become a destination corridor while maintaining its unique character. As a review, the survey highlighted several key areas. Current concerns focused on safety, cleanliness, and a sense of disconnection from the corridor. Respondents expressed a vision for the future of South Broadway with enhancements including public art, amenities like food truck zones, pocket parks, and the addition of local events. The survey helped guide the strategy groups as they develop their project proposals, which you'll hear more about later in this presentation. Right now, I'll hand it over to Will Slate, our Economic Development Manager, to share insights on the business connections on the corridor.
To complement our community survey, I had the opportunity to meet with nearly 30 business and property owners along the corridor, and I got to hear about their perspectives both on the corridor as it is and about this framework. On the next slide, I've included some memorable snippets from these conversations. Overall, there is strong support for this effort and what it means for the corridor's future. However, there is some apprehension about what revitalization means to them and how it could change or affect their existing business. But there is still a strong optimism about the potential of this project due to the corridor's current strengths of its eclectic business mix and prime location. It should also be noted that a few were a bit apathetic towards the engagement process, but most of them were nearing retirement, which means they were more concerned about what that means for their business in the near term. All of this underlines the important role community engagement has played so far and will continue to play as these plans move forward. With that, Tim will introduce the community groups and the projects they developed.
Great, thank you, Will. As Will mentioned, I was going to briefly introduce the process that we followed for the community strategy groups. So as you recall, there were 8 strategy groups. They met throughout the summer. I believe one met one time. We'll talk about that later as to why, and the others met at least twice, most of them 3 times, in a few cases more than that. It included a mix of staff members as well as community members. Many of the groups followed kind of a trajectory where the first meeting was an introduction to the topic. The second one was developing initial ideas, and the third one was finalizing the report to you this evening, as well as prioritizing them. And you see the 8 strategies on the screen there. The process again involved a significant number of community members and had a total of 18 meetings. And again, the focus was on goals, reviewing survey data, and then also developing the proposals you'll see tonight. It's also important to note that we decided to separate the strategies to begin with, just given the amount of work that we knew was going to take place, as well as the uniqueness of each one. However, it's important to point out that all the 8 strategies do have connections to one another. So these 2 slides briefly show the different connections between the strategies. I'm not going to go over it in great detail, but as an example, branding really ties to essentially everything else that we're working on here. There's a strong nexus between complete streets and safety, particularly involving transportation safety that came out at the 2 May meetings with council. Economic and redevelopment also tracks to many others, new city amenities as well, and then the other 4 on this slide. So all 8 do have overlapping goals and structures with the others. And then one thing I just want to go over really quickly before we get into each project is we did ask each strategy group to basically organize their recommendations based on implementation level. And so we thought it was really important that we show to council some things that we can do with relatively little money or extra funding, and that we already have the capacity to do. But we also didn't want to shout off ideas that we knew would be a bit more difficult, but we also wanted to include them on this list in the event that council did want to include them. So you see here the implementation scale of 1 to 4, 1 basically being the ones that are easiest for us to implement, and 4 being the most difficult, with 2 and 3 obviously being in the middle. So I'm going to turn it over next to our presenters for Complete Streets, staff member Devin Keener and community member Noah Kaplan. And just to remind the staff members that when you come up to kick it off, please bring your community member with you, and then introduce them before you hand it off to them. So with that, Noah and Devin.
Noah and Devin, before we get started, just to see how this is going to flow, I think what would be best is for members of council to ask their questions during each strategy session. And then if we're able to provide any guidance that we can at that point. If we don't have consensus, then we'll try to get consensus by the end of the evening, or excuse me, by the end of this presentation. But I wanted to try to get as much done while we had the presenters in front of us. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Just had a clarifying question. We do have slides for each, the direction for each one. Would you like me to, after council's done asking questions, would you like me to pull up that slide?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that just gives us a visual as well. All right, Devin and Noah, when you guys are ready.
Thank you, Tim. My name is Devin Keener, Capital Projects Engineer. I was leading the Complete Street Strategy Group. With me is Noah Kaplan, and he is our community member speaker for the night. I've got a few slides I'm going to go over, and then I'll hand it over to Noah. So an overview of the group here, we had 8 community members. We had 3 different meetings as well up there on the screen, June 24th, July 22nd, and August 19th, all of them in person. So the why behind this group, our goal was really to obtain community-driven ideas for capital improvement projects over the next 3 years to ensure transportation opportunities are accessible and available to all. Some of the community feedback and strategy group discussions that came out of this working group over the 3 meetings was to generate ideas for future capital improvement projects along the corridor. So in addition to the construction project that was passed the other night at council that's awarded to essential contractors, these are additional ideas for capital improvements categorized into, as Tim said, the short-term, the medium-term, and the long-term projects. The discussion was also based on safety, the aesthetics and the character of South Broadway corridor, pedestrian mobility, and impacts to businesses. So there was also the survey that went out to the general public as well. The key themes from that we saw were the public wants safer pedestrian crossings with longer signals, more crosswalks, better lighting. The better lighting is coming with that construction project that's coming up. They want well-maintained streets and sidewalks, fewer potholes and crumbling medians, more trees, greenery and vegetation. That was a big one. Also, clearer traffic flow with improved signage. And then we had a multitude of project proposals for you tonight. These are all categorized into the short-term improvements, medium-term improvements, and long-term improvements. The short-term improvements are things that we can do with little to no cost within a year. The medium-term improvements are 2 years, $100,000 to $500,000, and our long-term improvements are really at that 3-year mark. And that's $500,000 to $1 million. You can see up on the screen. And now I'm going to turn it over to Noah, who's going to dive into these projects more specifically in detail.
Okay, there we go. Great. So for across these proposals, you're going to see kind of two themes. One is slowing down the traffic on Broadway and making it safer and more comfortable as a place to be, and then creating inviting spaces, comfortable spaces for people to get outside their cars, walk around, visit multiple businesses, make it a walkable space and a destination like you saw in some of the survey results. So for the short-term improvements, we prioritized lowering the posted speed limit on Broadway, and then in addition, creating some parklets in front of some of the businesses. Parklets, if you're unfamiliar, is the idea that you take essentially a parking space in front of a business or a couple of parking spaces and create a small patio or other type of community space there, thereby creating additional community space, narrowing the street, creating more engagement out in front of the businesses. There's a lot of benefits there. On the medium term, we talked about narrowing the lanes on Broadway. It's a very wide street with high speeds, and narrowing lanes is supported as a method for slowing down traffic. And in addition, creating pedestrian refuge areas like you see here at the Paseo farther north on Broadway, basically creating safe ways for people to cross the street. At the walking tour, folks were going north from Western Sky, crossing at Quincy, coming south, and then a lot of folks were basically running across the street to get back so that they didn't have to go back around. And we do have the medians, but we don't have those kind of designated spaces for safe crossings. And if we could go, there we go. And in the long term, the larger projects, we'd love to see wider sidewalks, again, making it more comfortable, making it easier to walk around, and then increasing that tree canopy, so that it isn't quite as harsh to get around as it is right now.
All right. And that concludes our presentation, and the next group will come up.
Well,
I think we're going to take questions at this point. So any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Thank you for the presentation and for the ideas. It's wonderful to hear them. Just because there has been a little bit of confusion, can you clarify the difference between what we are hearing about the kinds of complete streets we want in this area versus the project we have that's happening right now called Complete Streets as well?
Yes, definitely. So the Complete Streets project that we're doing right now that was voted on the other night, that project is focused on the 13 bus stops, the existing bus stops that we have. So that's widening the sidewalks. That's doing a lot of the stuff that has been proposed in this Complete Streets strategy group, except it's just already funded project, and it's kind of the kickoff and the impetus for all the strategy groups. Really, we're kind of building off that. But yeah, the construction project's really just based around those bus stops. We are adding some lighting as well. And then this group, the Complete Streets Strategy Group, is what else in addition to the construction project can we do So like we're looking into the future. We've already got this one construction project that's going to be starting here in the fall. In addition to that, like how else can we improve this part of the corridor?
Yes,
Does that answer
thank
your
you so
question?
much. It's helpful because
Yeah.
I think that even for members of the public, hearing the name complete streets, we're kind of using it in a couple of different ways. So that's helpful clarification. Thank you.
All right, member Wright and then member Prang.
Oh, she was first, actually.
Go ahead.
I don't think you were
Oh,
first.
okay. Okay. Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. I'll just kick that off. My first question is, what is the speed limit through that area already, currently?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually do not know off the top of my head. Do we know? It's 35.
Okay, 35.
There we go.
Okay,
help from
and
the
what
audience.
is it proposed to bring it down to?
We don't have anything in proposal at this time. So we would be speaking with our city traffic engineer who would have an idea as to what speed limit would be appropriate.
Okay, because I won't say how I know, but I do know through the downtown area, it's like 35, then to 30, and then 25, and then back up to 35. So, but there is a lot of foot traffic in that area. Now, I'm a little bit confused on this parklets. So, if I understand what Mr. Kaplan was saying, is like this side parking where you parallel park, you would get rid of that and make something in front of the storefronts where if there's a restaurant or something, you could have seating there or something.
Yes.
Would
Yep.
you cut into the median or something also? My concern with that, is there any studies on the safety factor of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to address for the first part of your question there, the point of these would really be to create like a patio space and kind of an extension of the restaurant, or like a gathering space within a few parking spots. So it's kind of just like a more like a community gathering area. It's also like better for business as well, so they can bring in more business and they can have them out there in the parking lot. But in order to do something like that, you're speaking to safety. You want to have slower speed limit. You want the cars to be driving slower through there. So this is all kind of working together. That when we do the bump outs, you do wider sidewalks. These things in the narrower lanes, you're going to be able to slow down the traffic enough to where these things are safe to do. And so everything will have to be like looked at kind of holistically to make sure that these parklets will be put into areas where it makes sense and it is safe next to the traveling lane for sure.
Okay. All right. I will hold my other questions for now. Thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question is around the tree canopy piece of things, and maybe Mr. Kaplan can come up and help inform, but I'm just wondering if you could enlighten us a little bit more on what the conversation around that was. I ask because I too value tree canopy and want to see that increased, and it seemed like it was a pretty important response in the survey as well. So was the conversation around it being cost prohibitive? I'm just thinking, why did it end up being a level 3 goal? Because when we plant trees, we need to give them time to grow.
So I think the idea is that it's a level 3, not because it's a lower priority, but because of the thoughts about how long it would take to sort of implement that. And I think, as Devin was saying before, the idea that these different recommendations can work together. So adding tree canopy and widening sidewalks would naturally be two things that could happen at the same time. Widen the sidewalks, put trees in the sidewalks using some of that added space. The narrowness of the current sidewalks would make that much more difficult. So I think it's not a matter of it being a lower priority than those other things. It's just that it sort of connected well to that idea of what could we do longer term that's a bigger investment and a bigger project. But I think, the overall picture is and you're going to see this across the different strategy groups, right, is making it a more inviting and welcoming space to be outside, to walk around, to visit those businesses. And we think tree canopy would be an obvious step in that direction.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. I can see the dots connected there. I guess I just would encourage staff to continue to assess if there's any way to get some more trees in before we widen the sidewalks so that we're starting sooner rather than later on that piece of it. Thank you.
Member Ward.
I want to step back to the speed limit for a minute here. We're part of a regional environment. So we are bordered on Broadway by Denver to the north and Littleton to the south. And as you drive through Littleton into Inglewood, you're going from a 40 to a 35 and then eventually to a 25. Have we had any conversations with our neighbors about what Broadway looks like to them and how they might be affected if we reduce the speed limit through Inglewood on Broadway?
We haven't yet, and that's a great question. That's something that our traffic engineer would look at. They would reach out to Littleton and to Denver, to Dr. Cog, and just see how that thoroughfare would react, throughout the entire metro area, because that is a commuter corridor. So we would need to see what are the impacts of that, during the morning and afternoon rush hour as well. But at the end of the day, as well, this is, it is Inglewood, it's our city, and we are able to change the speed limits in areas if it helps out with this project's intent.
Right. That brings me to a second question, which again, oftentimes Inglewood will receive grant money from like a regional organization such as Dr. Cog or the state or other things, and I'm wondering if although we are responsible for maintaining Broadway, if we have some sort of if we'll have some sort of effect on our ability to secure funding in the future if we make changes that are not approved by these other organizations.
Yeah, sure. You definitely don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers, that has the purse strings for grants. And I think that you make a great point, and that if we do want to move forward with the lower speed limit, it's definitely something that we're going to have to communicate with those who are funding these projects and make sure that they're on board as well, and make sure that doesn't do harm down the road. We are requesting additional funding for grant projects.
My second question is related to the law of unintended consequences. So as I think about my morning commute down Broadway when I'm going from place to place during rush hour or in the evening, if traffic is bad on Broadway, my instinct is to turn into the neighborhood and use Delaware Street, which I live on, to commute the distance that I would otherwise be on bumper to bumper traffic on Broadway. I wonder if we might be putting the cart a little bit ahead of the horse here, talking about reducing the speed limit on Broadway before we're able to have an adequate traffic calming conversation about the neighborhoods nearby. It would be a nightmare situation for me to do something on Broadway to service this corridor, which is currently used for commuting, that has an adverse effect on the people who live adjacent to it, myself included. That's all I have. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So my question is about the parklets. Is it going to be in other areas just beside restaurants?
I mean, I think there's a lot that's to be determined. Obviously, there would have to be conversation with businesses about who wanted to do something like that. There were different options discussed as far as ones that could serve restaurants, but also potentially ones that were more of a mini park and more of a public space that maybe were in front of something that wasn't necessarily a sort of walk-in kind of customer serving business, but maybe we could create additional public space that way. So I think there's different ways to approach this, and I think the recommendation is just to pursue, what those options could look like without kind of specifying exactly where they'd go and what they'd look like at this point.
Okay, thank you. And you did address one thing that the follow-up question is, and I know you did kind of address this. Have you talked to any of the businesses about doing this, converting their parking spaces to parklets?
I mean, I think other than the engagement, with the business community largely through this project, there wasn't necessarily specific conversation about would you like a parklet in front of your business.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to just respond to Councilmember Ward's ideas around the speed limit. I thought generally I'm in agreement that we want to be careful lowering the speed limits. That's going to overflow onto the neighboring streets. But also, like, this should, whatever it takes to get there, I think this should be a long-term goal for the city, is to lower the speed on Broadway. This is the most deadly street we have in Inglewood, I believe, from the council requests we've had about pedestrian deaths. Seems like somebody dies on Broadway almost every year. And lowering the speed limit is not going to solve that. It's going to be a combination of traffic calming, better pedestrian safety, better lighting at night, a whole array of things. But Broadway I think is a really dangerous street because it's used as a commuter street to get to other communities, and it's also our primary commercial district in the city. And it can't do both of those well. And the thing that's going to benefit Inglewood is if Broadway is thriving as a commercial and pedestrian corridor for our city. And I think that's where we should start and aim long term, is to make that safe and also commercially viable by doing whatever we can to lower the speed limits in coordination with traffic calming measures throughout the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wright.
Thank you. I need more information. I would like to know the number of accidents we have between Hampton and Bellevue. I've heard that, Dartmouth is one of our biggest corridors and the most accidents. Santa Fe, although, we don't have control of it, I've lost count on how many deadly accidents I've seen on my way home from council, especially in the summer. So I would like to see some data between Hampton and Bellevue on Broadway. I agree with Member Ward that we want to keep the traffic on Broadway. We don't want that traffic in the neighborhoods. That's where our kids play. They play, pickleball and football and street hockey and stuff in the streets. They're learning to ride their bikes. So I think it's important that if we decide to lower the speed limits and the measures we're taking to calm that traffic, we're not moving the traffic to the side streets where our families are. And I think that's one thing we've got to consider, and make our choices wise so that we're not pushing, our decisions have consequences. So if we could get that data, please.
All right, thank you. So I'll just chime in. I think the ones that I would like to see us pursue are going to be option 1, option 2, option 4 to create the pedestrian refuge areas, and then option 5 and 6 obviously is something that I want to see us do here in the long term. I guess the way that I'm kind of thinking about the section between Hampton and Bellevue is that when we're talking about parklets, I want to give the businesses the ability to set up a partlet if that's what they would prefer to do, and have a process around it. I think we had a certain process around COVID as well, when we were having businesses on the 3400 block of South Broadway kind of petition, and they went through a process in order to get that accomplished. I think we could do the same thing on South Broadway. When I'm also looking at these options, I feel like there's probably going to be like 2 or 3 different areas that we probably would prioritize for some of these areas, whether it's the refuge area or potentially even the speed limit. But I think it just would make sense for that entire area to be the same speed limit. But I just see the ability of us having specific areas within that stretch that we would prioritize in order to get that done, just because there seems to be a little bit more commercial activity for pedestrians in maybe 2 or 3 areas. So I'd like to see, like I said, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, I guess, in a sense, as part of more analysis, and probably looking forward to moving forward on 1 and 2 in the short term. So, Member Noonekamp, go ahead.
I have a question about council feedback, and maybe this is for staff. I, like all of these ideas generally, but obviously, like anything, so much is going to be in the details of how this gets executed, things like traffic patterns. There's a lot of detail that's not included here tonight. What level of feedback and direction would be the most helpful? And if we say yes, we want to look at changing the speed limit on Broadway, what's the process that's going to come back to us? Because we can spend a lot of time giving very detailed feedback, or we can give kind of broad directional feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Member Noonan Camp. And what's a little bit of a challenge is that each of these 8 strategy groups are a little bit different. You're going to see some of the groups have very direct, kind of concrete, easy to do recommendations. Others are more complex and would require additional time and things like that. So I think in general, the direction that would help staff tonight would be, if you don't want us to move forward with any of this, we'd love to know now so that we don't spend time working on them. But if there's something that you'd like us to spend more time on, we'd like to hear it tonight. Recognizing, kind of thinking about the presentation last week about the waste characterization study, some of these are still more in the study phase. So a lot of the ones that you see here on this screen, we're not going to be able to do tomorrow. We're going to need to put some time and effort into studying them. So I would say, again, it's a little bit different based on each strategy. But for these in particular, the direction really would be, from council, yes, we'd like staff to continue exploring these and bring back something more concrete in the future.
Thank you. It's very helpful. With that guidance, I would support continuing to explore all of these, and heard the questions from my colleagues around traffic patterns, or how do we do parklets well, those kinds of things. But I think in general, these are all worthy of continued exploration. Thank you.
Member Russell.
I do have a question about what does widening the sidewalks mean? Does that mean narrowing the street and pouring more sidewalk out in the street, or what does it mean?
Yeah, so it really depends on the design. It could mean narrowing the width of the lanes, so that we could get the sidewalk a little bit wider. We're gonna kind of see what it looks like with this upcoming construction project. We want to do it in a way where we don't take parking away, though, and so just my initial thoughts would be we would have to narrow the lane widths on Broadway, then the sidewalk would get pushed out a couple feet into the existing parking lane, and then we'd have to make sure that we still keep that parking as well and make that work with the wider sidewalk. So right now, I think we've got about 4-foot wide sidewalks in some places. We need to bump it out at least a few more feet if we want to get any trees in there. The sidewalks are super narrow, so they need to be a little bit wider in order to make residents, citizens feel more comfortable too. So does that answer your question?
It does. So really, some of these things here are really contingent on what happens on what we approved last week. Is
Yes and no. So with some of the bump outs that we can do, and some of these other capital improvement projects, we can do this like in addition to the construction project that you approved last week. So that's moving forward, and that'll kind of just show us what this could look like. We've got bump outs right now at Mansfield in Broadway. So that's kind of like an existing area where you can go and see what this would look like for wider sidewalks.
so. One other question: have you run any of this information by planning and zoning? I mean, I would think this would need to go to planning and zoning because it involves capital projects.
We haven't run it by them, no. But that is, I mean, it's definitely something that we would bring them in and the conversation on, especially if there was any impacts, to parking. That would definitely be a conversation with planning and zoning. Additionally, you've always got to be prepared for what's being built or being planned to be built in that area. And so, like with the construction project last week that you all approved, we did run that project by planning and zoning to make sure that we weren't affecting any of the upcoming projects. But it is something we have to run by, make sure that we're not, adding sidewalk at an area where someone's going to be putting in an entrance to a new business.
And Mayor and
Like-
Member Russell, just to reiterate, we would not be taking anything to our boards and commissions until we get direction from you. So that would be a future step if any of these required, for instance, inclusion in the capital projects. But we really want your direction tonight on the things that you like from this, so that we can further explore that, including potentially taking it to boards and commissions.
And I appreciate that. But when it came up on here that we're looking at capital projects, we have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. We can't even get our tier 1 projects done, and we're looking at adding things. We are so far behind on capital projects. And so I think that I'm a little bit concerned about giving staff the go-ahead to move forward on a lot of these things that could cost us a lot more money, and they may never happen. And I think we need to get the horse before the cart in some of these things before we give approval to move this forward. Some of the other things, like I agree with putting tree canopy there, but it might not work in areas where the sidewalk isn't wide enough. Um, I'm okay moving forward with things that aren't going to cost us $1 million, even 500,000 to $1 million in capital project money. So, thank you.
So, Member Russell, would that be like option 1 and 2 potentially?
We
So-
can look into option 1, the speed limit, but what I'm concerned also is this is a thoroughfare and we have massive speeding on
Right.
Broadway. And so it goes from, like Councilmember
sense.
Wright was saying
Mhm.
before, 35 to 25, and it keeps changing, but people don't slow down in the
Right.
lower areas. And so we need to be consistent, I believe. So I think some of these still need study.
It-
I'm not sure that I agree with parklets in front of the businesses if they're going to be in the street, because then we are going to put the public at risk from using those areas. So the speed limit, I'm okay with doing a study on that. Actually, I think probably we need to do a study all the way through the Broadway corridor on Broadway.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm supportive of all moving forward with all 6 of these.
For the remaining council members that haven't given direction, anything that you're not comfortable with on that list for staff to continue looking at, or potentially? Go ahead, Member Wright. Sorry.
Thank you. I agree with what Member Russell's saying, especially with us looking at the budget here real soon. The high ticket things, and I know it could be a couple years out, but when we're pinching pennies and money could be spent just, doing consulting and looking at this, I think we need to be very cautious. Broadway is a thoroughfare, and I don't know if I support narrowing the lanes on a thoroughfare. We've got buses going through there, and we're trying to encourage and adding 13 bus stops, I believe. Why would we want to be narrowing a major thoroughfare where we want the trucks to go through there? We have the buses going through there, and I do not support narrowing the lanes. I think that could cause more issues. We're working to have Sherman for the biking, so I don't think that's a good option. I do support looking at the speed limit. I do support the parklets. I don't. The trees, I definitely support. I think we need to look at the widening of sidewalks. I've always said that that's an issue. The refuge, I definitely support.
Thank you very much, Member Wright. Anything else for members of council? We got a lot to cover tonight, so we could just move to the next item as well if there's any additional direction that we want to give at that point. But thank you very much, Devin.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Brad Power, Director of Community Development. And we had the pleasure of working with the group on developing priorities around economic development and redevelopment for the South Broadway corridor. The community members that are listed are the folks who took part in either one or both of the meetings of the group. And it was an interesting combination of residents, some people who live very proximate to the South Broadway corridor, other people just live in the community. And we also had some of the business owners throughout the corridor who took part in the meetings. The meetings took place in June and July, and they really consisted of, they dove right in June 5th after some introduction about a little bit of the history of our economic development program. They instantly jumped in and started brainstorming some of the ideas that you'll see from our presenter in a few minutes. And then they met in July to really continue that conversation, and then they really honed in on developing some specific recommendations and some consensus around the actions they believe would help out that area. One of the things that they did is really took a look at what can we do to make sure that the businesses that are already within the corridor can remain vital and thriving in the community, because that's a big focus of retaining the businesses who've invested their time and effort and their treasure in the corridor now. What are the types of actions that the city could take to support them as they go forward? And also, what are we doing to try to attract the businesses that can fit into the character that you've already heard some of the discussions around tonight? What are we doing to support their best effort around their potential for success in the corridor in both their near and longer term existence as a business?
Will Slate, Economic Development Manager. And so, looking at the community survey, we found that most of the respondents want more from the corridor. We've heard a lot about the strong mix of businesses that are there, and there's a desire to add to it. So, when thinking about those priorities, they listed limiting auto uses, beautification, and accessibility as their top 3 priorities. And it all underlines the strong desire to, again, retain the existing business base and bring uses that better serve the surrounding community. So they grouped, next slide, please, Tim. They grouped those desires and priorities into 4 umbrella projects around land use policy, parking, transportation, and business incentives. Bill Ranshaw with Snyder Building Construction will then walk you through each of those.
Thanks, Will. I am going to probably proceed just to read the slides, and if you don't mind from over there, so I don't have to use my glasses over here. Putting this back in the perspective again of economic development, as Brad said, keeping businesses here that are thriving, encouraging new businesses. A lot of terms do come up of restaurant and retail, but also thinking of professional businesses, things like that come in, as well as what's going to keep people in this area, draw people to the area, and keep residents wanting to stay within this area as well. So that's all part of the economic development. And some of the short-term wins that we can do, and it might be a little bit contradictory from when we get from here to what businesses say, but we want to talk about amending land use code to make redevelopment more flexible. And it kind of contradicts what we talk about the type of businesses that come in here, but we want to sit down and really be more methodical on that stretch of Broadway. What businesses are going in as opposed to just a hodgepodge of certain things coming in? Can we be more deliberate on what's coming in? We want to work with the motel owners into transition into other uses. You just read over, I think it was mentioned earlier, the hotels and the used car lots are one of the biggest things that most people don't like coming in here, is along, massage parlors, other things like that. They're trying to give it a more prestigious look. We want to consider regulations that will limit auto-centric uses through attrition, and enact distance-based regulations to limit their concentration. What that means is, one is car lots is limiting the amount of vehicles that come in. Does that also mean, so one of my questions, does that mean drive-throughs? I know some of the cities, they want to limit that. But also, as we talked about, having parking lots and then having that spaced out between either restaurants and businesses, so each little area is walkable from a business or restaurants or a park area or parking lot, as opposed in driving people to certain areas and allowing a lot more walkability between there. And one of the things that was brought up is utilize the space between BAMO and Western Sky. There's a big area over there, and what can we do with that area? We also want to simplify this. This again contradicts my opinion with the consideration regulations, but simplify business regulations and licensing to allow a lot more variation through there, and for business to come in with parking or with say outdoor seating areas and lounge areas to just be more lively. And this is the other thing we talked about again. Parking is maintain parking for businesses if you drive down through Broadway. And this is a lot of it. I don't know personally how much is left on the business owner or the city, but what advantages or what we do to help um, revitalize parking lots and maintain the current parking for businesses as well as the public space parking. Because that is just a deterrent and just gives an overall look and feel of the area versus new and old. We want to explore opportunities to locate additional parking behind businesses. This is something that came up, is if we are bringing businesses more to the front, having walkability, can we bring business back around? I think downtown is a great example of this with the parking behind the buildings. And I think if we could even showcase or let known that the parking is back there, because I think that's one challenge where the downtown is. There's a lot of parking that people don't know about. But opening that up and allowing walkability, sometimes maybe between the alleyways or somewhere in there, and allowing walkability between businesses and parking lots. And thanks. So this came up quite a bit. One is if we're talking about keeping people in the area and allowing them to go around, can we expand BERT? This is an area that we looked into funding if we want to expand BERT, or if we wanted to add something different. I'm going to foreshadow marketing a little bit earlier. If you added trolleys or something like that in this area too, to kind of give some personality. But there is some funding to extend BERT, and that would allow businesses to travel up and down along that, because walkability in this area isn't going to be as close as it might be in downtown. So if you could extend a little bit of transportation, widely help. You mentioned earlier, improve sidewalks. That's all going to have to be, that's a little bit different than widening sidewalks. It's just identifying what sidewalks need repair, what is in disorder. Improve the walkability. This was mentioned on the sidewalks that you heard, as well as between businesses or behind businesses, which can allow a lot more flow and invite a lot more business into the area. Again, you keep hearing it over: slow vehicle traffic on South Broadway. Is it through speed limits? Is it through more stoplights? So a lot of things to consider. And now talking about what the business incentive programs are, this is designed to entice small businesses where you come in and where do we invest some redevelopment dollars from the city. You can look at, do we give space tenant build outs? That's something that I would want to take a look at. For 10 businesses, $10,000 is what would that type of money really be going for? On a renovation, is that going to be helpful for interior or exterior? Where's that money going to be used? And how far is $10,000 going to go? Redevelopment over 5 years of $100,000 for $20,000 a piece. That would be again, businesses that are existing, giving them grants to, is that exterior? Do we want to help them spruce up, put some park area in the front that we've already been debating about? And then vacant property incentive grants of $50,000 at 10 properties, $5,000 a year. And Brad, you might want to speak more to that one. I'm not fully clear on that one. On to incentivize and attract shops. We mentioned this to encourage customer visits. This does mention boutique shops, cafes, artisans, and incubator space, and this all came back from the surveys that we received. But also being mindful of additional professional businesses that might be in here. But what can we do to attract the businesses that people want to use morning, noon, and evening, so the town isn't just shutting down at 5 o'clock? And mentioned provide additional grants to build out smaller spaces, which would provide opportunities for lower rents. And I think as we're revitalizing the area, it'll just be inherent that businesses are going to want to come in. But how do we make smaller spaces that can still be used for small businesses or retail? There's a lot of concepts that are going on in different parts of the city. There are opportunities to take a look at. And let's see, where am I at? Devote additional. I can't read. I didn't want to wear my glasses up here. Thanks, Will. And devote additional grant resources for existing new business. Mention that. Establish redevelopment grant to incentivize owners to reinvest in their properties. I think this is going to be a huge, as we are talking to businesses and inviting new businesses in. But what is that money going to be used for? Is it going to be for internal? Is it for building upkeep, or is it purely just for beautification of the exterior? Those are things that we want to visit. And provide incentives to fill the vacant building lots and disincentivize for chronically vacant buildings and lots. So that's one aspect that we want to do. And encourage a more diverse range of businesses. This is going to come back to looking at not just retail, not just restaurants that most residents and most people think, but talking to businesses and business to business, what's going to incentivize different types of industry or anything that come in that's going to help just raise revenues for the city. I think that's it.
Bill, thank you very much. Any
Questions on this
questions?
section?
Go ahead, Member Russell, and then Member Ward.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm having trouble visualizing a lot of these things. And part of it is, has there been a survey done on how many vacant properties there are right now in that stretch of land?
I'm unaware, Brad. Answer these.
There obviously are vacant properties up and down the Broadway corridor. I think what we found in the last several years has kind of been the same properties have been chronically vacant. Some have been, the ones that are in better shape are easier to fill. The ones that have a lot of work and capital needs, those are obviously some of our longer standing vacancy. But overall in Englewood, our vacancy rate compared to the metro area in retail is fairly in line, and it's still holding fairly low. It's around 5%, 5 to 6%, which in the industry, a lot of people consider from an overall market perspective, that's pretty healthy. But we obviously have some areas that are pretty visible and that they may have some vacant spaces that stand out more to the community than other places.
Okay, and how much of that property belongs to the city?
None of it. So a lot of that would be discussions with the property owners in that area of saying, can we have an incentive program that could do a couple things? One, to encourage them to make some of those capital improvements in their building that would make them more marketable to the market and maybe get filled. The other idea was maybe if there's no long-term tenant prospect in place, maybe there's the incentive to do something like what we've done across the way in the commercial condos at the base of the Art Walk apartments, which is having some temporary space, or even doing something with the windows, a window treatment that makes it look like something may be there, or something that could be reflecting of the community. Maybe a school does some type of display there, or something that doesn't make it look as if nothing is happening there. So those are some of the things that we could explore in that commercial vacant grant.
And that makes sense to me. That absolutely makes sense to me. But are we going to talk about safety down the road here? Because I can tell you that there are some. I've had business owners down there tell me that drug addicts will come in and harass their customers. So if we're going to talk about safety later, then I'm not going to bring that up right now. I can visualize those things, but like the green space between Western Sky and BMO, that belongs to somebody, and so it's all private property. So we've got to figure out all of these incentives. I appreciate that. I like those ideas. But I think there's other problems down there is part of the reason that maybe some of those business owners are having trouble getting tenants also.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Russell, before we move on, did you have an issue with exploring BERT potentially, parking, any of the other ones? It looks like you did like the incentives idea, but obviously more information is needed on that. But go ahead.
Right.
Uh,
I would like more information. Bert, right now I think it's going to add a lot, and we really need to see if there's a need for that. I'm not saying that we don't
Right.
explore it.
Okay.
But, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think it was Member Ward next, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Member Ward, and then Nooncamp and Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to start with the things that don't cost money first. First of all, Brad, I really appreciate your comments on vacant buildings. I think anything we can do to activate some of those vacant spaces. One of the problems that has really bothered me about our commercial corridor is the number of vacant businesses that are blank for years on end. Anything we can do to solve that problem, I think that we could even potentially find some money to deal with that situation. But so far, the policy proposals that I put forward to solve that particular problem have not gotten a lot of wind underneath them. So I won't belabor that point right now. On land use, interesting and somewhat anecdotally, we talk about the hotels along Broadway. And I got a call, I think it was probably my first year on council, from someone who was looking at purchasing one of these properties, specifically to convert the property from an overnight or weekly rate motel into apartments. And our code does not allow that conversion unless he sprinklers the buildings, which did not make sense to him and did not make sense to me because people are already occupying those units, people are already cooking in them, people are already sleeping in them, people are already using them for substantively the same purpose as they would if they were renting them monthly, but they're doing it on a weekly basis. So I think there's a policy position or a policy change that we could make here that would potentially facilitate some longer term residents in that corridor as opposed to overnight. I don't know necessarily what that looks like or what the legal implications are, but to me, when government says you can use this for basically what you're using it for right now, but you have to spend $2 million putting sprinklers in it, even though you will still be using it for basically the same purpose, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The second topic is parking. I've been pretty bullish on preserving parking, but it also occurs to me that we have a lot of areas in this corridor where we have an 8 to 5 business doing business next to a 5 to 2 business. And there seems to be some opportunity potentially for some shared parking. But when our code calls for parking spaces, it calls for parking spaces at this location, not necessarily shared parking from what I understand. So that would be something that I would be interested in looking at as well, because I think it would develop a little bit more of a symbiotic relationship between these two businesses that have fundamentally different purposes, very different operating hours, may sometimes be at odds with one another even because of that fact, but they can work together on something like parking. And it's beneficial to the community and it saves dead space that would otherwise be there, which I think is one of the primary complaints I hear about parking in general. Those were the two easiest ones for me, I think. I am less enthusiastic about changing our code or looking at policies that might indicate to certain businesses that are already existing and operating successfully in that corridor that they are no longer desired in that corridor. I know that I might be in the minority, both in the community and the council on that, but I just don't feel like thumbing my nose at businesses that are already invested in the community. And that's what that feels like to me on a fundamental level. And then in regards to the BERT, I'm not sure at this point if we're ready for that. There's a significant expense, and I think that its usefulness would be fairly limited. I might be interested in perhaps piloting it for a weekend or two to see if it increases traffic over the weekends in that area. But overall, I think that one is particularly risky and also particularly costly in the face of the existing RTD service in that area. And I will leave the business incentive programs for now because I think that they cost a lot of money, which we don't necessarily have to invest right now. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And thank you for your time, all of you, for participating in this. I maybe unsurprisingly support all of these. And of course, everything is going to be finance dependent, right? I think where it makes sense for us to look into these things, we absolutely should. And then we should tier them based on what we can accomplish that's cost, not cost prohibitive now. And then what might we be able to ramp up to in the future? For example, I agree. I think the BERT one immediately is a really heavy lift, but I'm very curious about how we could phase it, or if we can go back to RTD to re-look at what they're paying into it if we want to expand our service area. I know one example is for Second Saturdays, the businesses who are participating in that effort would love to see BERT make the loop, through Broadway in a more significant way. And so I think if we can be more strategic with our businesses about how would they like to see this work and are there different ways that we could ramp it up, I think is really interesting. So I'm excited about these. I have a couple of questions. One is on the potential uh, rezoning or regulations about the auto use and the attrition. I support this mostly because this is what I hear a lot from citizens in this area. But of course, I'm sure all of us realize that it could have a significant general fund implication for us if we saw a decrease in sales tax revenue if some of those businesses were to transition. And so I just want us to keep that in mind, that we would consider, obviously with all these other businesses, hopefully that are thriving, about how we ensure we backfill that sales tax revenue. So that would be important to me. And then utilizing the space between BMO and Western Sky, who owns that land?
That is the owner's, the owner of that land is the bank.
The bank. Okay,
Yes.
interesting. That is helpful. And again, same thing with the incentive program. I'd love to see us get there. I absolutely think we should be exploring it, and I'd love to see what can we do now and what can we build towards when we have more capacity in the future.
I want to address, if I may, Councilmember Russell, your comment about private businesses. One thing that has been, a lot of this feedback was, again, resident. We did a fantastic, so many people went out and pounded the pavement and got a lot of feedback for but there could be a proactive, concerted effort to reach out to building owners and get a consortium or roundtable of them and get them involved and say, what can be done for you guys? What would be incentive? Why isn't this happening? Getting them maybe working together and talking together on a private side of what would be enticing to them and why are they, what's holding them back?
Can I respond?
Go ahead, member Wright or Russell.
Thank you. The only thing that we risk in doing that is we have business owners renting those, and we risk them removing current active businesses in the city that are bringing in retail. And so I struggle with doing that. That is like undermining the business owners that are actually here.
I was being more deliberate about the any vacancies. If
Okay.
we pinpoint who those are.
Okay.
Bill, yeah, can you?
Yeah, sure.
Can you?
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Tom. I was thinking of specifically towards the vacant buildings, if we can pinpoint who they are and see if we can help elevate and get them involved in the discussion with the community.
Okay, I would be okay with that.
Yep. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, Tom.
Doug. Go ahead, Mayor Brutem.
Thank you. I'm generally supportive of these, especially 2 through 4. On the RT or the BERT idea, I think agree with Member Noonan-Camp that something targeted, probably expanding the route throughout the whole corridor is not likely at this time. But if we can do some targeted expansion that's at just on Saturdays or something that we figure out where the need really is and try to target that, would be interested to have that discussion. The land use policy discussion I think will be interesting. I think one of the challenges with this corridor is we're not going to see the whole thing become awesome, walkable, thriving business community all at once. I'm more interested in identifying are there some 2 or 3 block stretches in there that are that we already know are doing pretty well, and we can really target those areas for potentially making some land use changes, especially with the auto-centric zoning, that kind of thing. As just thinking about car dealerships, I drove down from Denver a week or 2 ago, and just from all the way in downtown Denver and just on Broadway, and just started counting the car dealerships. There's only a couple north of I-25, and then from I-25 down to the border of Inglewood, you'll see, oh, there's 2 or 3 on this block. Then you skip a couple blocks and there's 2 or 3 here. They tend to cluster up there. And you also see that they kind of stop for a few blocks and then they pick up again in Inglewood. There's a few between Yale and 285, and then they kind of slowly increase from 285 on down to Bellevue. But it's not they're not evenly distributed throughout there. And to me, that's an indication of an economic reality, not like something we should go in and put the hammer down. Like if we bring if we just make it illegal to have car dealerships through the whole corridor, that's not going to particularly bring in better uses if we don't also have the economic incentive and the density to support those uses as well. So if we're going to prohibit them, and I think it perhaps should be in certain targeted areas where they're already not there, because that's the one thing it would be nice to the thriving areas where things are already happening, to not have those uses come in and take over just as it's being elevated through there. So I want to have I think a complex and nuanced discussion around any policies that would prohibit certain businesses or make it more challenging for businesses that are already there to stay there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, just a quick clarification. I'm assuming you may be talking about the entirety of the Broadway corridor throughout Englewood, or are you specifically talking about tonight's area for that discussion?
I think it would be, the entire corridor. Yeah.
Perfect. Members of council, just as a time check, we were hoping to finish this up by 7:30 for all 7 or 8 strategies. We're only through 2. So if we could kind of give direction, obviously still ask our questions, but just be a little bit more concise in terms of what it is that we like, what we don't like. And then obviously just ask your questions at that point. So,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Member Russell.
So my question is, staff has been working on this for months and we're supposed to keep it to just a couple questions. I feel like we are getting more information and all of us engaging.
Right.
I don't want to just rubber stamp all of this with no conversation. I think we need to give them time. And so
No, that's fair, Member Russell. I think we can still provide where we're struggling with the concept. We can provide a little bit of direction in that regard. Obviously, you're right. There's some information in here that's new to us, so we do have to ask some questions to better understand it. But I think if we can just say, this is why I don't like this. This gives staff at least a little bit more direction in terms of what it is that they should not be pursuing, if at all, if we are giving direction at that point. So I understand where you're coming from. It's just a lot of information that we have to take in, but if we could just keep it concise. If we have to do another night for some of these items and we don't come to consensus, then we can just schedule it for another evening as well. So,
all right, thank you.
Member Wright, go ahead.
To add to that also, the members of the community spent a lot of time. Did you want to add something, Mayor Pro Tem?
That wasn't directed towards you, Member Wright.
A lot of members of the community, the business, the staff spent a lot of time, a lot of nights on this, and to rush through it. I mean, I think we owe them that also. So for me on this, the land use policy, I will not add to it. I will just say I agree with everything that Councilmember Ward said. I'm not ready to move forward on any of that. The parking, I would say we probably could have a discussion. The transportation and traffic calming, I believe I addressed already. Bert, I don't think we're ready to move forward with it. I think as we change things. One thing, the business incentive, I think a lot of people said if we could help businesses beautify the front of their businesses and stuff, put flower pots, additional lighting and stuff like that. Maybe instead of, these big dollar things, we look at something like that where it's much cheaper to do, and maybe we start with something like that. I don't know if we have the money to be doing these grants, if there's funding for that, and maybe that's something we look at first. That's where I stand with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Wright. Member Prang.
Thank you. Try to be quick walking through land use. I agree. I don't think we're at a point to change code and be approaching things with that direction. That being said, I do like the idea of more conversation with the local businesses and maybe, really delving into that, having some targeted times and focus groups with the businesses about revitalizing, about beautification of the stretch, etc. I think that we could learn a lot from those conversations and as we move forward and try to get council consensus on some of the land use discussions. The parking area, I really like the creativeness that was approached with parking in this corridor. We continue to have kind of either or conversations around parking throughout the city, and I just really appreciate how you approached this. I do think it's creative. I think it should be explored more. Transportation traffic calming. Always we should be looking at traffic calming. I actually am pretty interested in exploring a limited expansion of BERT. I do think that we could test out whether there are specific times where it could be more useful. And I also think that we could potentially work with Mally. I have talked a couple of times to city manager and director of Parks and Rec in receiving information to provide to elderly people that potentially live along that corridor and don't have rides to and for. So that could be maybe a partnership and a conversation that could, help with a targeted use of an expansion of BERT, knowing that it costs money, but I think a smaller steps to work toward that would be wise. And then business incentives, I agree with Member Wright. Let's maybe look at lower hanging fruit with some beautification, incentive lower dollar amounts. I don't think that we have money available to create a lot of these programs. I think we should be continuing to work toward that and look at it. But where can we get some traction in the meantime? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. I think the business incentive programs, those are going to be tough. I know that the DDA doesn't, but we have TIP funding within the DDA. So I think that was a longer shot. I like the idea. Just having the conversation with DDA may help in terms, because we don't get that many requests for the actual grants that we make available for those specific things. So it may be worth a conversation with the DDA in terms of what businesses that are looking to relocate to Inglewood are asking for, at least within the DDA district. For the other three as well, 1, 2, and 3. At least with 1, I like to at least see what we can do in terms of code to not make it as easy to just build another used car lot in the city. Obviously, the fact with Frank the Pizza King maybe potentially turning into a used car lot now. I think obviously we want to keep our restaurants in here, but if it's easier to build a used car lot, why would we do that? So I like to look at that aspect of it as well. So Member Ward, I think you had your light on or reaching for it.
I just wanted to have a little bit more of the process discussion, Mayor. I don't want to shortchange this conversation. I think we need to put the time in. This is the product of months of work, and we don't have enough time to discuss it tonight.
Right.
I feel like we should hold this item over to a future meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Ward. Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Given that there are so many members of the community here, I'm hesitant to make them come back. Are we able to move our last agenda item off of the agenda for tonight to make more space for this item?
Is that possible, Brad?
I could address that. Yes, we could. The state land use laws, we could come back to you. The only question or the fact at this point is we would probably be having the conversation about any code changes post-election. Based on the research that we would have to do and the timing of the old council and the new council, that would probably be the policy discussions and the decisions around that would probably be with the new council. But we would happily defer that tonight, if it makes sense for you all.
So regardless of whether we push the item tonight, we would have to have that after the new council.
That's correct, because in these types of instances, we always preview that with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that it needs to be built into the schedule.
That makes sense. All right. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm hesitant to keep going at the pace that we're at tonight because while these great folks have come out tonight, I don't think they want to be here till 11, and that's the track we're on. If we keep, we've got two of 7 groups, we're gonna be here really, really late just with this one item. If we keep going at this pace,
Right.
I'm wondering if we should save our questions and comments till the end so we can move through their presentations, making sure that everyone who showed up gets a chance to speak, and then we can weigh in after that, followed up with more discussion
That's
for
fair.
the future.
Yeah, that makes sense. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually, we can make general statements like that, and without even changing what we're doing, this discussion could be over by 7:15. I mean, by 8:15 or 8:30. I think we just move forward and see where it goes.
With the current process in terms of
Yes.
asking Q&A and
Yes.
whether I actually don't think that we would go past 9 o'clock with this. I think it'd be closer to 8:30 based on the current track. Go ahead. No. So anybody? I think we heard from both sides here in terms of what we want to do. Go ahead, Member Pring.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to proceed either, but I'm wondering if we could potentially utilize everyone's time that's here to walk us through the presentations and present their information in their own words. And then, if needed, come back and have a second occasion where we're revisiting this so that council can have the discussion and really delve into each area.
Yeah, I just with I think it'd probably be best just everybody get through their portion of the presentation, and then we could provide feedback after the fact. After they've all gone through, I think would be the best use of everyone's time. Go ahead, Member Russell.
And I'm okay with that, but can we ask them questions?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Real quick, I want to apologize to Doug. Sorry, I misnamed you, Doug. Sorry, buddy.
All right, we will go on to the next item, which I believe are actually a little bit shorter. So, but go ahead, Christina.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christine Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf, and with me is Inglewood resident Stephanie Brooks, and we are the new city amenities group. We had over 20 individuals participate in the group with 2 meetings, both in June and in August, and then we had a handful of staff also involved in that. And so when we were looking at the new city amenities, there's a lot of great ideas that came about from the first meeting that we had, the community meeting, all the way through the couple meetings we had with the group. But ultimately, we're looking to identify what new amenities could be implemented in the South Broadway corridor, looking to add new amenities and encourage individuals to stay longer, to come to South Broadway more often, and use the corridor. As far as the community interest was concerned, we talked about a new library. Is there any interest in a new library coming to the South Broadway area? If so, what would you like to see? And some of the responses were more meeting rooms, maker spaces, children's space. And during our walking tour, it came up often was the little free libraries along the corridor. And then the other area was parks, so pocket parks, drinking fountains, space for food trucks, and then walkable spaces, walkable amenities, green space. It is a concrete jungle along the South Broadway area there. So some of the key themes were vibrant gathering spaces, maybe food options, art, green space, amenities for pedestrians and bicyclists, places to park your bike and walk along the corridor, more shade and flexible uses of support that would support community events and everyday activities, more green space. That came up a lot, more green areas close to Broadway. And some of the key considerations were safety, maintenance, and design quality. A space that actually feels intentional and well planned, not just a patch of grass. And so these are our 2 projects, and Stephanie I'll talk a little about each one. So install little free libraries. We're looking at doing 2 of those, possibly maybe more. If you'd like more down there, we'd be happy to do so. And then land acquisition to add green space, a park of some sorts for a gathering area.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the first one is in line with the theme of being fiscally responsible and adding a little bit of whimsy to the South Broadway corridor with some little free libraries. And this would actually be low cost because the library receives book donations that they could use to help stock them. And then, of course, the community would be encouraged to take one, leave one. There are opportunities for public-private partnerships for schools to decorate them, or for a neighborhood, the businesses there to decorate them. So there's opportunities to turn it into really a library for that space. Recognizing that that land use acquisition and developing a library would take a lot of time, we also went with the Little Free Library concept. So then project 2 is land acquisition. And to answer your question, Member Russell, yes, that land is owned by BMO, the one that's between Western Sky and BMO Bank. Right now it's underutilized, and we have heard from the business owners in the area that when it snows, people park on that lawn. So we would like to actually turn that area into a parklet or pocket park. And BMO is not committed to the city using it, but they're aware of the interest, and there can be discussions about it going forward if there is interest in it. There's also an opportunity at the 3900 block. There's a vacant lot that just has a very large billboard and a sketchy looking parking lot that I personally like the idea of, because I would like to see some green space over there. The caveat with that is there's no utilities, so that would add additional costs. Both of these would, we'd have to acquire the parcel, so $600,000 to $900,000, and then there'd be enhancements up to $450,000. So again, these are serious considerations that would be a longer term plan.
All right, perfect. Any questions for our members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonkamp.
I just had a question about the BMO land purchase. It says it's partially funded. Where's the partial funds coming from?
We do have a land bank fund in our open space that could be utilized for that. It doesn't have all the funding we need to purchase a property, and that's estimated based off of current sales in the area of space. So we do have a little bit of money we could put towards that, but we know that's quite expensive as well.
Open space, thanks.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. With the current circumstances on South Broadway, are you concerned about safety at all in those parking areas, even if we did get a pocket park or whatever?
I think safety is always a concern of anything new coming in, and that's something our police department is going to discuss this evening, is safety along the South Broadway corridor area. But obviously lighting, and there's other things that we could apply that would make it a safer space if we were to do anything along South Broadway.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I like the idea of both. I guess I got a question about the libraries, the little free libraries. Do we have any of them on South Broadway, like within the city?
I don't believe any on South Broadway, but throughout the neighborhoods, I know they do exist.
Okay. And then did you say the 3900 block, Stephanie? Was that the block that you were speaking of? Was it 3900 or further south? Because I'm trying to think.
No, it's 4900, I think.
4900.
It's further
okay.
south. It's
yeah.
definitely 47.
Okay.
I'm at 3900.
I was looking at 3900 and I was like, where exactly is that? So, all right. I know the area that you're talking about. So, obviously, budgetary concerns are always the thing, but I'm always open to pursuing things as part of a long range plan. So, okay. Any other direction from council or any other questions? I guess I should say. Sorry. Oh, go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. Not a question, just an encouragement to explore with the little libraries, little free library concept. One thing that I've seen done really nicely in a neighborhood just off of South Broadway is a little free library that also has food. Whether people are putting canned food items, or I've even seen one where people take food out of their garden and have a combination of the two. That could pose some questions on how to manage that along South Broadway, but I think as we pursue that, if we do, that's something to look into as well.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
I've seen that, and it's a great idea, especially along Broadway. I like the idea of the little free libraries. I don't know if the city has the money at this time to pursue a pocket park I sound like the Scrooge, and I'm so sorry, but I've been looking at the budget a lot. If it was a couple years ago, we'd be happy. But I think this is something that, for a pocket park or anything else we're looking at, we really need to think about. And I like the idea, but I don't know if we could do it right now. So,
Thank you, Member Wright. Mayor Pro Tem.
Is it possible to lease that land from them instead of purchasing it?
There's, anything's on the table right now.
Yeah.
It'd be a conversation to have.
Yeah, I think that might be more financially feasible. And honestly, if we were going to spend $1 million on a parcel of land, that's something that I would want to potentially see redeveloped. It's right along Broadway. Put it into highest and best use. So if it's going to be a park, then maybe we should they don't need all that money. Maybe just rent it for a while and see how it works.
Mm-hmm. All right. Stephanie, Christina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is public art.
Hello, Council. My name is Lucia Magnuson. I am the Web and Digital Content Strategist in the Communications Department, but I'm also the Cultural Arts Commission Staff Liaison. And I'm joined with Lindsay Runyon. She is with the Greater Inglewood Chamber of Commerce, Historic Inglewood, and she's an Inglewood resident and graphic designer. But I think that's a lot. We had around 20 members in our group, and we met twice. And for public art overall, we want to build on the city's successful history of adding art, public art installations, and reflect on the history and culture of Inglewood. During our discussions with the public art strategy group, I had 3 brainstorming sessions. They centered around key themes. So vision of art in the corridor. We solidified creating a vibrant community space that honors Inglewood's history and celebrates its diversity. For the second topic we discussed, it's art initiatives, so using public art to improve wayfinding placemaking, integrating nature, showcasing community stories through murals, art events, and functional art. And functional art is art that can be used for dual purposes, so decorative benches, sculptural flower pots, that type of artwork. For the last discussion that we had, we wanted to center around a theme of art in the corridor, and we decided on artistic opportunity, which will champion creative freedom for artists using diverse mediums and trying to balance that with the consistent brand identity, but also having freedom of expression for artists in the corridor. From the community survey, 55% of people rated public art as very or highly valued. 46% said that it would encourage them to spend more time in the corridor, and just overall art makes Broadway feel alive and unique. From the community art priorities, when we talked about our art initiatives during our strategy group meetings, we really focused on those key art initiatives, added that to the survey, and the community ranked that. So number 1 was functional art. Number 2 was murals. Number 3, sustainability focused art, something that has sustainability in mind, whether it's giant grass sculptures like Vivier that's at the opening of Inglewood, or something that has a little bee path along it. And then number 4 is sculptures. Overall sentiment, public art should feel meaningful and integrated in the corridor and not be a replacement for other improvement. From our project proposals, my projects got a little bit jumbled here. So number 1 is creating a foundational document to create the public art strategy. And that will be a document that has all the information that we gathered with the art strategy group and from the community survey. So it's all in one place. So once we're making the final art strategy with the Cultural Arts Commission, they have all the information there already. And that's project number 2, creating the corridor-specific public art strategy. Number 3 is implementing that corridor-specific strategy. And then number 4 is creating that mural placement directory, which I'm going to hand over to Lindsay to talk about.
Good evening, Mayor, Sierra, and council members. Okay, so public art strategy. The Cultural Arts Commission will use this foundational document from the Public Art Strategy Group as a guide to create the corridor-specific art strategy. The strategy will incorporate the art initiatives that were discussed during our meetings and prioritized by the community.
So our expected delivery date would be spring of 2026 for that. Okay, and then back to what the foundational document is. So the Public Arts Strategy Group has created this foundational document already to guide the Cultural Arts Commission's public art strategy. This document outlines the vision, the art initiatives, overall theme for the corridor, incorporating input from the community survey. And delivery date would be fall of 2025, so just coming up shortly. Implementing the art strategy. Once the corridor's public art strategy is complete, the next step is implementation. Our goal is to work with the branding and wayfinding teams to create a cohesive look that also stays true to the theme of artistic opportunity in the corridor. To fund this strategy, the Cultural Arts Commission can contribute $2,000 for each mural along the corridor. We can also use the Public Art Wraps and Crosswalks Fund to pay for traffic cabinet wraps. We'll also explore potential partnerships to help reduce overall costs. Ultimately, the Cultural Arts Commission will determine the final costs and plans for each art piece as they finalize the corridor-specific strategy. But this gives us an overall estimate of what it could cost to implement the strategy. And then moving on to mural placement. The final project is Mural Placement Directory, which will be a resource for finding ideal locations for murals along the corridor. Murals were a top priority in the community survey because they bring color and a sense of place to an area. While mural costs can vary by size, we've estimated a cost of around $15,000 per mural, with $2,000 contributed from the Cultural Arts Commission, and then needing to secure an additional $13,000 for each mural to fully fund the project.
All right. Thank you very much, Lindsay. And Lucia, any questions or any comments from council? All right. Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. I love all of this. Obviously, the implementation piece needs to come over time as we identify some funding for these things, but just the whole idea of cohesiveness and having a plan and a strategy for all pieces of artwork, murals, and anything else that we might want to implement, I think is a great idea. It's something that I've asked for before, so thank you. I'm really excited to see this.
Hey, Lindsay and Lucia, the 1% that we give as part of the capital projects or as part of the budget, is that for citywide or is that just for a specific area within?
It's citywide.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the dollar amount for that? Do we know what the dollar amount is for this year or next year? Is it 20 grand, 30 grand?
I believe the highest a year or two ago was about 56,000, but it's usually somewhere between like 60 and 30,000.
60 and 30, 30 and 60. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, Tim. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I do appreciate the presentation. And I do have a few concerns about a goal of 3 murals per year. I think that we need to look at maybe some statues or sculptures or something like that so it's different, because 3 murals a year wouldn't take too long to paint the entire city. And I am a little bit concerned about tagging, um, and then that would create problems also. So that's my major concern. But I would like to see varied pieces of artwork.
And just to add to that, the 3 murals was just an estimation. So Cultural Arts Commission will decide what they want to do with a mural plan with that art strategy.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any further questions on this strategy? If not, council, do you guys mind if we take a 5-minute break real quick? I know we're coming up to safety, and I think that may be like a item that may have quite a bit of discussion. So can we take a 5-minute break just to be quick with the members of the audience here? So it's 7:38. If we could be back at 7:43. Thanks, everyone. All right, members of council, if you could please be seated. We will pick this up on the safety portion. So who do we have? Oh, give us 1 second. Let me see if Mark is. I think we're good. Were we good? All right, perfect. All right, good evening.
To talk? Got it. Stacey Durbin from Police Department. I'm Community Relations and Crime Prevention Manager, and I can read, so we're good there. Okay, safety. So we actually had probably about 12 individuals that were interested in ours. Our group here, obviously you've seen that a lot of the groups overlap and that kind of thing, and so we only had about 4. I actually think we were missing 1 on here that were able to come to our meeting. We did only hold 1 meeting in person after speaking with a lot of the individuals at the walking tour and the open house. So our why for safety, our goal is to work with community members and business owners to enhance safety, strengthen connections, and create a clean and vibrant, welcoming corridor through collaboration, feedback, and shared solutions. Our community feedback in our group, we discussed how our community members and business owners would like to discuss ways to improve safety, as well as our relationships with all the individuals in our city and law enforcement. We've identified a need for stronger business communication within the city to share crime trends and safety practices, almost create like a united front against crime, but also for crime prevention. And additionally, we have identified areas needing cleanup, improvements, and a little bit more to help build pride and ownership within the city. And I'm going to pass this off to Chief.
Hi, Dave Jackson, Chief of Police, and some of our survey data was 27% of people feel unsafe in the corridor, and as much as I recognize that and understand that, I would also like to point out that means, and I'm a criminal justice major, but that 73% feel safe here, and so I think that that's a really important thing to look at. One of the things that people were looking for was 51% support special enforcement days. And a lot of people, that's a visible representation of what policing does every day, where we have a high number of uniformed officers that go out to one specific area and do kind of a zero tolerance or a low level enforcement activity. We do other things, but that's one thing that people see, and it seems to resonate with them. And I think one of the reasons it resonates is because it's very simple to look at. You see uniformed police officers taking some action. There's other things that we could and should do, but those are pretty popular amongst the community, and there's no question about that. And then other priorities are maintaining the safe spaces, keeping things clean, and enforcing public behavior. I know that you guys aren't going to have any questions for me when I'm done, but I am going to let Ann go and present her slide, and then we can come back and be more specific on all of this.
You know us so well, Chief.
Sorry, you get me for 1 more second. So we have 2 project proposals. Our first one is to create a business safety network along the Broadway corridor. And then in addition to that, we want to improve our crime prevention strategies through an environmental, through SEPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design along the corridor. And they are low funded and pretty quick projects too that we could put into action fairly quickly. So I will let Ann Marlin, she is an Inglewood business owner, come speak to those projects.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ann Marlin. I'm a business owner on South Broadway, specifically Oxford and Broadway. And so for our first project, we would love to create a business safety network, expected delivery date of spring of 2026. And this would really allow us, our businesses, to collaborate and engage with other businesses along the corridor for a neighborhood watch style group to share safety resources and updates. And we would meet then twice a year in person and send regular newsletters and crime trends along with safety tips and strategies. This would also provide opportunities for businesses to give feedback, discuss what's working, what's not working, and to share needs with the police department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Chief, Are you ready for questions?
I was just getting ready to say, I bet you don't have any questions
All right.
for them. So I'm
Perfect. Anything from members of council? Actually, I do have one, just trying to figure it out. Why is the I feel like the prioritization level should be reversed on these two, only because the crime prevention through environmental design, don't we have to wait until the additional lighting and what we approved last week, complete streets? Doesn't that change the CPTED as
Well,
part of that?
certainly, most of the time, lighting is something that we want to improve when we do a SEPTED evaluation of a property.
Okay. All
But
right.
it's a lot more comprehensive than just lighting.
Right, exactly. The full scope of it, I think, changes. Well, okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
Oh, and just to be clear, it's stuff that we can do. This doesn't have to be a one-time thing. These are
Right.
things that we should be doing.
Regardless.
Yeah, and update them as the parties change.
Sounds great. Member Wright, I think was your light first. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you say on the key actions, engage Broadway business owners, do you mean the people that own the physical building or the people that are using that space and running the business in the building?
I think both. The building owner probably is a stakeholder, and they all come at this from slightly different paradigms. And even the management or employees that are there, we'd like to engage everybody on every level on these things.
Okay, yeah, because
I will say the overnight clerk is going to have a different perception than what the building owner might have.
well, and a lot of times the business in the building does not own the building. They're renters, and that's why I'm asking. I mean, the owner of the physical building could be in California.
It's a great observation. That's
So,
right. Yeah.
And that's why you could be sending material to someone that doesn't even live in state. So I think it'd be important to engage the business owner.
I think that's as we talk about crime and crime fighting strategies and perception of crime, I think that you've highlighted a really good point as it relates to that.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
Well, Chief, you might get kudos tonight for coming in with the cheapest ideas. It's very impressive. But I am surprised that, given some of the feedback we hear about this area, that the ideas are pretty kind of straightforward and relatively inexpensive. I'd love maybe to hear again from Ms. Marlin. Were there any other ideas that were discussed? And if we were to implement these, would that feel sufficient for you as a business owner? I just want to make sure we're capturing everything here.
Yes, and sorry, could you repeat that first part?
No, certainly. Just if we were to implement these, would this feel sufficient for you? Would it increase your safety, or was there anything else that was discussed in the working group that you'd want to raise as well?
You know, I really do feel that it would be a great start in terms of being sufficient, only because when we moved in and started renovations on our building in 2022 into 2023, we felt like an island. We didn't really know anything, essentially, and especially from business owners that I've spoken with that are south of Hamden. We didn't have a lot of information, and I joined the chamber even before we opened, prior, just to get to know businesses around. So I would love this because I think it would give us a really great opportunity to see what other businesses' experiences were, because when we were starting to renovate, we had a lot of activity in our building. And not, besides calling the police, who have been absolutely phenomenal and wonderful with us and working with us, we didn't really have any other ideas on what to do and how to deter things. And so I think that this would be amazing to speak with businesses who not only have parking lots like we do, but we also have an overhang that faces the alley. And so a lot of things, prior to us being fully all of our members being a full building now, there was quite a bit of activity. So I think this would be a really wonderful first start.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for that feedback. I also wonder, in some of the business grants that we saw in the economic development section, if there could be a connection here with maybe folks who do see that there are some improvements they could make to their businesses through the SEPTED, if there's some grant and opportunity for that as well. I think maybe see some of that connection, but thank you very much.
Yeah, if I could just follow up really quickly on that same kind of vein of thinking, the police department, it does cost money, but we buy it for the whole city. It's not just for this particular thing. So when we talk about technologies that we want to invest in, is stuff that we would deploy here. And the truth of the matter is, the policing, we're not building rocket ships, we're not building water treatment facility. We're not building anything like that. It's really a matter of getting out there and getting your hands dirty and doing the work. Most people, it's pretty straightforward.
Thanks, sir.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And so, actually, can I ask you what type of business do you have, and are you open late, or do you close at 5, or?
I have a co-work space called the Broadway Collective, and we are primarily open from we have members getting there as early as 7 a.m. and leaving as late as usually around about 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, because some of the people that I have talked to are restaurants, and they work later at night. And I have some very concerning things that go on in covered spaces, and they don't call. I mean, one time the owner had to park out behind in the alley because there was no room in the parking space. So when they go out at night to get in their car, it is not safe to get in their car.
Mm-hmm.
And this person has had homeless or not necessarily somebody high on drugs that came in during a family was eating there, leaned over the table and started yelling and screaming at the family. The waitresses said they'll call the police. By the time the police got there, they were gone. That family got up and left, and I guarantee you they will probably never darken the door of that restaurant again. And
Right.
that is destroying the businesses in the city. And it has got to stop. I don't know how we need to do it. I appreciate all the efforts that you all are doing to do this, but I think there are some issues that need to be addressed too. So I appreciate that. And I think maybe more of that type of activity. A lot of it happens around the bus stops and things like that also.
Mm-hmm.
So, but thank you.
Yeah, yes, and we've had that, like, as I mentioned, we had quite a bit of that prior to moving in, and, having the direction of installing cameras and being able to call them for not just what we feel are really big deals, but even the smaller deals that we're just not quite sure of. It's really helped mitigate our activity behind our building.
I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I just speak to that too,
Yes.
quickly? Because that's kind of, I think, the whole reason why we thought about building this business safety network, in order for our business owners, the people who are on the ground, and the things that they deal with on the daily and at night in their businesses, be able to communicate about them with other business owners, and also, the police department and us as well, to let us know these are things we are seeing. This is stuff that is happening around our building. This is what our neighbors are reporting, that kind of thing. And then for us to be able to go out and using SEPTED, like we discussed, to discuss adding lighting or cameras, making sure doors, windows, locks, everything like that. But then also building an alliance with your neighbors next to you as well, so that it's a like, I'm trying to think of the word. I apologize. No tolerance. We won't have any for certain instances around these businesses. We want to make sure everyone feels safe coming out when they leave, and also coming into work in the morning, and that they can close at any time, regardless of what they might encounter. It's important, and we need to know. So we want everyone to feel empowered and educated on the resources we offer, like no trespassing, parking agreements, that kind of thing, so that their businesses thrive in our city. So that's the reason why we want to do that.
And I do appreciate that. And this business owner has called in the past, and she's very happy with what the police do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there are things that probably this council needs to address also. The one thing I want to bring up about lighting is, and because this comes from the neighborhoods, there are some businesses that put these really bright lights that shine 3 and 4 blocks into the neighborhood. And so I think that's one thing the council needs to address, is to make sure that we have dark sky lighting so it shines down on the parking lot.
Correct.
But not out in the neighborhoods.
And that's another aspect of SEPTED as well, is a way to use your light so that it's not damaging the darkening skies and neighborhoods and that like that, but it's also performing a function and working the way it should be. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Does any member of council have any issue with these two? I think we're good with these two. Okay. so we can cross that one up for later this evening. All right, Chief. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Durbin. Thank you very much, Ms. Marlin. All right, we're up next to signature events, I believe. Yes. Good evening.
All right. Hi, Council. My name is Carl Sanford. I'm an intern with the City Manager's Office. I'm also a resident of Inglewood. And with me, I have community member Courtney Morrison, who has a family history in Inglewood going back 3 generations. So today I'm going to be talking about our signature event group. We had a larger group than some of the others, about 18 people. We met twice virtually over the summer. And what are we trying to do? So we're here to try to develop a signature event on South Broadway, really captures the uniqueness of that area and brings people out to the region. So what we did is we met, we discussed the thoughts and concerns around the event, what we really wanted to see from it, established different goals for this event as well, which included things like inclusivity, community engagement, bringing in foot traffic to the area. We then balanced that with the realistic resources that we had money-wise and city staff-wise, and came up with 4 different events that were proposed that we'll be taking for consideration today, and that Courtney will talk about in just a moment. Now, from our survey, we saw some themes here. First of all, there was a lot of support for some type of signature event in the area, so definitely saw a strong desire for that. The types of events that people wanted to see were around food and arts, things like art festivals, farmers markets, and wanted to see a lot of local partnerships with these events, things like restaurants, bars, and other business owners, and a lot of support for a recurring event as well too, not just a one-time. And wanted to make sure it was something that really focused on the culture of the area, was food focused, and culturally vibrant. I'm going to let Courtney go ahead and detail these here in just a moment, but these are our 4 proposals. We have an art in all its forms, an expansion of First Friday, Second Saturday, a secondary art in all its form event, which is organized by the city, a larger event, a partnership with the Inglewood Cruise Nights that we have on South Broadway, or also repurposing our Earth Day event that we have in the spring. And I'll hand it on over to Courtney to tell you more about this.
All right. Good evening. Thank you. The first project is the Art in All Its Forms, First Friday, Second Saturday, in conjunction with the current Second Saturday activities. This would be a kickoff taking place in April of 2026, and the event would be a kickoff to encourage people to explore the different artists and artistic venues that are in the South Broadway corridor. So it would be bringing people further down to say there's art down here as well, and then we've got Second Saturdays. The second project is the Art in All of Its Forms Full Art Festival, and that would be in spring of 2027. And this would be an art festival that would take place throughout the corridor that would encourage people to explore art in all of its different forms, which includes food, tattoos, the shops and artisans in the area, and music and different activities for children. And this is an interesting one because there's not currently an arts festival in the area, and there are a lot of businesses that would benefit from being part of this. The third project would be supporting the Inglewood Cruise Night, which is an activity that people in the area are already very familiar with and does bring a lot of people into the city. And we would support the organizers with opportunities like advertising, helping with coordinations or themes, and then helping to make sure that it doesn't compete with other activities that may be taking place and that it's supporting the community's needs as well. And the last project would be repurposing the current Earth Day event. This is currently funded. It would be just transitioning the event to the Broadway corridor, and it would increase foot traffic in the area, bring interest to the area with the sustainability thoughts in mind, and encourage businesses to participate as well. Thank you.
Any comments from members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Just a couple of things. I will be brief. Thank you so much. It's great to see that there's so much community interest in this. When we think about an art event, I'd love to see us engage the Cultural Arts Commission. They've been having some conversations around something very similar for a while, and so I think that they would be great partners. And then when we look at some of the funding needed for some of these events, I'd love for us to think about our city events budget and to see what events do we want to keep doing, and is there any money in that budget for next year that we might want to allocate towards some of these new events in this area, essentially using money we already have in the budget instead of having to find new money. So I think there's some ways we can do this, and I appreciate the ideas.
Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. The repurposing the Earth Day event, if we moved it, could we make it a bigger event?
Yeah, so that's kind of the idea. So sustainability is already working on kind of moving it down to Centennial Park next year. It's in the works already. And so that's kind of the idea, that we would expand it a little bit, maybe incorporate some things directly on the South Broadway corridor. So yes.
And to be honest, I kind of like Centennial Park too, because that area of Inglewood is kind of neglected also. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I guess, go ahead, Member Pring. You first.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. So resoundingly in the survey, and it sounds like in your conversations, there was a strong interest in food-related events. So I just would encourage, with this mix, like you mentioned, art can be food, etc., making sure to honor that. I also will forever continue to advocate for a farmer's market, which was the biggest response on the survey. I was so happy to see that. I would like to see us explore ideas on how we could bring that to the area.
For sure. And Tony and I definitely talked about that. The biggest thing is that since it's not an established farmers market, we're worried about the capacity of staff to recruit and get actual vendors for it. So just the capacity of staff to put on an event. And then if you outsource it, it's too expensive. So we can look for additional resources, absolutely. But that's why it didn't make it on the original list.
Yeah, I would envision the outsourcing it. I hear that that's how other cities do it. I don't know what that price tag is, but I do know that they're responsible to then recruit all of the vendors to come in. The ones that I've seen that have that structure are highly successful.
All right, I have a question. Who organizes the cruise night? I've heard so much about this. Do we know the person that sets this up, or the group that sets this up?
We know the Facebook page that does.
Okay.
So it would take a lot of exploration. We tried to present a variety of like public-private partnerships, whether we're supporting a naturally occurring one, and that it could be something like the cruise night. So if there's another event similar that's naturally occurring, we're happy to explore that as well. But that would definitely take the most engagement to figure out.
I'd hate to step on their toes, since they because it's known, and I'm kind of curious about that whole event. So
yeah,
I like that idea just overall, but I just have questions about.
Yeah, we would not overstep. We would ask them how we could support them.
Cool, I appreciate it. All right, I don't see any further questions from council. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Ramsey. All right, Wayfinding. Hello, Chris.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Hargeth. I'm the Communications Director. With me this evening is Kristen Manning. She's with Royal Signs here in Inglewood. You can go ahead and, yeah. So here's our Wayfinding work group. It was made up of 7 residents and business owners. We received a lot of really insightful feedback at our 3 meetings, including feedback, like I said, from 2 of our sign companies in Royal Signs and Fast Signs, which is just outside the corridor. Next slide, please. So our goal with Wayfinding is implement wayfinding strategies and elements to connect the community with existing and planned amenities. And our feedback focused on strengthening corridor identity, improving wayfinding to prominent sites, and enhancing the pedestrian experience through placemaking. I think we've heard a lot of themes tonight around placemaking. We heard that too with our wayfinding group. Next slide, please. So some key themes that were identified. 1 in 3 respondents said they struggle to locate amenities in the corridor. And really, the overall feedback that we got is that there's just a need for clearer signage in the corridor. Back 1 slide, please. And so our respondents, 77% said there was a need for better physical signage in the corridor. 69% recommended street banners. And there was a mention by 51% of maps And that was kind of some mixed feedback, kind of a mix of we don't need any wayfinding. We have Google Maps. Other people said they'd like to see physical map kiosks on the corridor. Others said they'd like to see some printed maps like they see in other communities. And some potential problem areas that we focused on, and just to be aware of, general issues again with sign visibility on the corridor. We noticed, for instance, that I'm sure it's been there forever, but there's a wayfinding sign to the rec center. I didn't even know it was there until I walked the corridor. So a lot of the signage is easy to miss, in other words. And the committee also warned against, avoiding sign clutter. That's a potential issue. So we really want to be careful. We just don't want to fill the corridor with signage. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kristen, and she's going to talk about our specific projects.
Thanks, Chris. Good evening. We have 4 projects that I'm going to talk about tonight. The good thing about all of these is that they are relatively short term and they are all fully funded. So the first one is a Southern Gateway feature, signaling entry into the corridor. I think this would be consistent with some of the other gateway signs that are throughout the community. The design, there's a potential that it could reflect the Wooded Nook design consistent with the placemaking master plan, but we would also do this in collaboration with public art. Perhaps, this gateway feature is actually a piece of public art. That's kind of to be determined. Next is a banner spanning South Broadway. I think this is in the goal of kind of a sense of community and celebration, announcing key events, just kind of, welcoming people and bringing them into the corridor. And then light pole banners. There are 100 light poles that will potentially be getting banners throughout the corridor. I think, again, just the sense of cohesive identity and community really showcased through the banners. And finally, back to Chris's point about the survey feedback on needing clearer signage, there is the potential for some vehicular wayfinding signs. I think the feedback that we received, especially for schools, hospitals, that are maybe right off the corridor a block or two, could use some signage kind of directing people to them. And this is a sample design, again, from the placemaking master plan that's a potential for those.
Ms. Manning, thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. I really like the idea of the light pole banners, especially if our goal is walkability in the area. I'm not a fan of the across the street banner. I just think I like them for, the limited use of our big events, but oftentimes they can just kind of look not great over time. So I personally would steer away from that. And then the question I have is, have we ever explored on potentially like our wraps that we do on the power boxes, et cetera, the idea of having a QR code that does some wayfinding that shows you where parks are, what businesses are there, et cetera. I'm not sure what the mechanics of maintaining that is, but I've seen it in another city, and I thought it was a really creative idea.
That's a great idea. It wasn't discussed within our group, but I know we've discussed putting, with the public art group, putting QR codes, and with CAC, putting QR codes on those utility boxes that would tell you more about the art piece and perhaps about the artist, but that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Any other comments from council? I like the fact that they're all fully funded, so makes it a little easier on our end. Actually, regarding that question, so was this part of something that we were planning on doing anyway, Chris, since they're fully funded at some point, or are we moving up the timeline?
I think at some point we wanted to get, the ideas from the working group, but these projects, could be funded through the CIP program.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, and Tim just reminded me that the QR codes are already on those utility boxes, and I was unaware of that, though. Or supposed to be, yeah. I'm going to check that, though.
All right. Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I can just speak that there are QR boxes or QR codes in some of the boxes that speak about the artist and about the art itself.
Cool. And they're on there
Thank
now.
you.
All right. All right. Ms. Manning, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you all.
All right. Branding.
Thank you. I'm Amanda Arns, communications strategist, and I'm filling in tonight for the branding strategy group facilitator, Ann Gillespie. Ann is the CEO and chief strategist of Fix Inform, which is located on the South Broadway corridor. The group consisted of 18 community members with 18 signed up. 7 of them were actively contributing on a regular basis. They met 3 times between July and August, both in person and virtually, to work on branding concepts. The group also collaborated with the Inglewood Historic Preservation Society, the Historic Preservation and the Historic Preservation Commission for historical input on the corridor, as well as with the city's economic development manager to incorporate business perspectives on branding the corridor. I'm now going to hand it off quickly to Katie Sullivan, a member of the strategy group.
Thanks, Amanda, and hello to council. To talk about the why of this strategy group, it was really to build on a lot of the strategy groups that you have heard already, so you'll hear a lot of common themes coming up, but to do so in the most inclusive way possible. And as a resident of Inglewood and someone who has studied city branding for a couple of decades now, I have been really impressed by the inclusive nature of how the city of Inglewood has collected data from as many people and places as they possibly can. So this group was designed to talk about how to bring a name and identity forward for this corridor. And that included listening to, hey, maybe we shouldn't. And so we're going to present ideas that really draw on a lot of our community feedback, strategy group discussions, and this really well-rounded survey that the city put together.
Sorry, I must have my notes here. So a name is more than just a label. It's the first impression people have of a place. A strong name captures the area's identity, communicates its personality, and evokes a feeling even before someone experiences it. It also becomes shorthand for the community story, making it easier for people to remember, share, and connect with an area. Ultimately, the right name can help define how the area is perceived for years to come. The branding strategy group, next slide. The branding strategy group recommends selecting a name and identity for the corridor before revitalization work begins, or kind of kicks off already this year. A clear name and identity can unify the community, tell the story of the corridor as a destination, and also provide an opportunity to honor the area's history while looking toward the future. The preferred approach is to take the draft concepts back to the community for final development and concept selection. Additionally, community engagement and brand logo concepts will be developed in-house at no additional cost to the city. Quickly to go over the survey data, the survey showed mixed reactions to branding the corridor. Some want to keep South Broadway for familiarity, while others are interested in a fresh identity that reflects Inglewood's character. Naming suggestions included directional names like Broadway South or South Inglewood, abbreviations such as SOBRO or Ingleway, and historical references to the Sherilyn Trolley. Others felt a name wasn't needed or raised concern about the cost of branding the corridor, so we've listed that here as an option for no name. Again, some of those responses were more just on the cost concern. So the feedback here from the survey gave the branding strategy group insight as the community's range of perspectives as they refine their naming concepts. So the proposal from the branding strategy group is to establish a name and identity for the South Broadway corridor. This could be completed at a prioritization level of 1 by winter 25. No additional funding is needed, as the branding concepts, including logo, color palettes, or other branding elements would be developed in-house. So now I'll turn it over to Whitney Bradford and Katie Sullivan to discuss the branding concepts developed by the strategy group.
All right, concept 1, Inglewood South. Quirky, local, legendary. Inglewood South is the corridor where quirky history meets fresh energy, anchored by the legendary Sherilyn Trolley, and reimagined through art, music, coffee, cocktails, and community. It's the South Broadway stretch that refuses to lose its charm. A destination for locals and wanderers alike, walkable, welcoming, and uniquely Inglewood. Concept 2 is a bit of a nod to history, the Inglewood Trolley District. Rolling forward, rooted in history, the Inglewood Trolley District is a stretch of South Broadway that carries the spirit of the Sherilyn Trolley into a new era. Quirky, creative, and unapologetically local, it's a hub where community gathers over coffee, craft beer, music, art, and unforgettable small business charm. A place that honors Inglewood's roots while pulsing with the energy of what's next. Thanks, Whitney. And concepts 3 and 4 are really kind of polar opposites. Concept 3 is South Englewood, could be also Englewood, uniquely Englewood always. South Englewood is the city's cultural corridor, an energetic stretch of South Broadway where Englewood's quirky past meets its innovative future. Rooted in the spirit of the Chairland Trolley and alive with art, music, coffee shops, breweries, and family-owned businesses, it's a walkable destination that's unmistakably local. This corridor embodies the city's vision of being uniquely Englewood, authentic, creative, and connected. And this concept can borrow from Englewood's current branding to relatively stay the same, although you see a tagline and the storyline through this. And then branding concept 4 is So-So-Bo. And again, this represents the other end of the spectrum, which is let's try something new, let's try something quite different than what we've done. South Broadway, the charmingly quirky spot of Englewood. So-So-Bo is where Englewood's heart beats the loudest. Tucked along the lively stretch of South Broadway, this cultural corridor is the city's not-so-secret playground, a place where Englewood's quirky past collides with its creative future. More than a corridor, So-So-Bo is a vibe, and fueled by the kind of creativity you can't copy-paste into a franchise. It's the place where locals linger, visitors discover, and everyone finds himself a little more connected.
And lastly, I just want to show this chart, which shows the names, taglines, and stories that Whitney and Katie just presented. These concepts can be mixed and matched to create a branding identity that really encapsulates the future vision of the South Broadway corridor. Again, we'll take council direction on this, but the branding group's desire would be to take this back and empower the community to make this decision on the naming of the corridor.
All right, Amanda, Whitney, Katie, thank you so much. Any comments, questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
To our community presenters, will you tell me which one you like the most?
My personal favorite is Trolley District. I think it's really cool to give a nod to history. I can also see some really cool public art being incorporated into that and like potential logo designs in my head. So that's my personal favorite.
This was a tough one. For me, it is between 1 and 2. My son goes to Chairland Elementary, and so that has a special place in my just mind as part of the concept. But my favorite would be Concept 1, Englewood South, and I think quite a few members of our branding group selected this as well. It, to me, just has a little bit of weight to it while still keeping Englewood in the name.
Thank you for indulging me on that. I like to hear your feedback. I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. There was definitely some questions around do we want a brand or not? And I appreciate the recommendation to take it back to the community. So thank you.
Actually, so Katie, I do have a question, and Whitney, I guess this is for you as well. I guess the one thing that I was wondering about the trolley district is since there is no trolley today, is there an issue with that? Any guidance on that? I guess not, since I'm just trying to think if there's any other place that uses a historical name. Obviously, there should be, but it no longer exists. So I'm just trying to understand that aspect of it.
Let's bring the trolley back.
I don't think that we had that as a recommendation as part of the slide deck that we had tonight. So I did not see it. Maybe we just breezed through it, but
with the horses and everything.
All right. That was just my thought regarding that. But I did like both of those, 1 and 2, as a preference. Member Ward, go ahead.
So I want to start by acknowledging the amount of work that went into this in the community, because I know that it's very difficult from personal experience to spend your time and effort and energy doing this work and then receive the feedback that I'm about to give. I'm just generally not a fan of rebranding efforts in general. I'm bringing that to the table from the start. About 10 years ago or so, Englewood did a rebrand to its current brand, and I wasn't a fan of it at that time either, but I've learned to live with it. This is a part of town that I live in. I appreciate that you brought to the table number 4 because it's so much different than the other options. It does, I confess, remind me of a certain episode of the TV show South Park. And and as such, I would not particularly appreciate that one or enjoy being a part of that one if it were to come along. I think South Inglewood and Inglewood Trolley District are the ones that resonate with me the most out of all the options. I like, I sort of do like the image that the Trolley District brings forth. So of all of these, I think that's probably the one that I could live with the most. But overall, I just don't. I think as much as we want to focus on this area as an emerging part of Inglewood and a place that is getting some special attention through this project, I I'm uncomfortable with the brand as something that separates it out from the rest of the city. I would really like to focus on unity in the city as opposed to splitting it up like a pie, I guess. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Wright.
Thank you. Well, I get to go after Member Ward again, and he's copying what I want to say, or I'm copying him. I agree. I don't care for branding. It does split up the city. This was a lot of work. I guess my question is, if I were to say to someone, I'm going to So Bro or South Broadway, are they going to think I'm in Inglewood, or am I at the end of Broadway, wherever that is? And that's something that I would have to think about. I do like the story of it, though. I've heard from many people. We have, I can't remember, what is it, 26 neighborhoods or something like that, 13 neighborhoods, and then they're trying to bring it down to just for the planners to 13 or something like that. The people that live in the city don't like us being broken up or segmented. And I've heard that over and over again. And then I was reading some of the comments from the survey. Do you know how many people commented or what the percentage was of people that said, don't change it, just leave it Broadway or South Broadway?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I believe 200 of the 600 gave some sort of response, and 60 of those, they were kind of like evenly distributed. Mostly they were in the either the no name or don't spend money. Those were kind of overlapped into the same category. So a lot of times it was just, we don't want to name it because we don't want to spend money. But again, these elements would be developed in-house. So that kind of takes that away. So I can pull those numbers, the survey results.
Okay, yeah. Well, and I hear from a lot of people too, and they're just like, no, we want to be together. We're one city, leave us that way. So that's kind of where I stand. I guess if we had to pick something, any of them except for that last one, I think I would be okay with, because I don't know where people would end. So
yeah, with these naming and branding is so unique because it will touch on every other group as though they develop their projects into maybe the Little Free Library has a trolley theme, or maybe it's just really South Inglewood themed, that relates with it. The bus stops, public art, and statues. Once a branding element or an idea or a theme identity is kind of selected by council, by the community, however it works out, it's really easy to get those elements throughout all the other working groups, putting on banners that will be in the community, wayfinding signs to just kind of make that a more cohesive identity in the corridor. So while it may not make sense today, once you kind of put it through and make it, put it through all the other areas and improvements to create that identity.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think this is great, and I do think it should go back out to the community for feedback for sure. As I'm looking through these, the one that really jumps out to me is the first one, Inglewood South. I think it's just different enough, from calling it South Broadway. I think, the problem with South Broadway is everybody thinks of South Broadway in Denver already, so we're competing with another name. And the reality is, this piece of Broadway is segmented from, once you cross 285, you enter into a different part of town. That's just the reality of it. It's not that not that there's disunity between North and South. There's no warring factions or anything, but but identifying separate and unique places of your city, I think is good. And I think this place needs that kind of branding identity. So I really do like like Inglewood South, but definitely want to hear from the citizens.
All right. Any further comments from members of council on this? Member Russell.
Thank you. I do appreciate all the work that you have gone through to do this. I've been on council 10 years. We've had 3 or 4 branding projects in the city since I've been on council. And I tend to agree that the whole neighborhood, breaking down the neighborhoods, all the neighborhoods in Inglewood were broken down by the parks in Inglewood. And then we name all the individual neighborhoods, and it was a fun thing, but people don't, other than the people that live in those areas, they don't really know. And I think that we have diced and divided the city so many times. We are Inglewood. I have lived in 3 of the 4 districts in Inglewood, and we are one location. And I think we need to remain Inglewood. And it's not saying anything bad about any other area, but it does create and unify the city. And we need to do that because this city has been pretty divided recently. So I would like to just let it be what it is. And I mean, if you live in Inglewood, if you live in North Inglewood, they might say go down to South Broadway. But that's not because it's a name, it's where it is. So anyway, I would be in favor of not doing any branding at all. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. All right. I don't see any further comments from council. So thank you very much, Whitney, Katie, and Amanda on that. So, all right. That takes us through all the strategies. And thank you very much to everyone that participated in these committees and provided your viewpoints and your ideas for how we can improve whatever we're going to call the South Broadway area. South Broadway. So I know that I asked, we have a very important item still coming up tonight, right after this. Did we want to give direction on some of the items that we haven't covered yet? Did we want to make that part of mayor's choice a week from tonight? That's another option, just so we can have time to noodle on some of the things. As you probably heard, I'm pretty supportive of a lot of the ideas that we had tonight, including the branding, but I just want to get direction from members of council on how you want to proceed. And actually, Tim, where do we need to give direction? Because I know we gave direction on a few of them. Safety was one. The first 2 we kind of gave direction as well.
Yeah, thank
I
you,
just want to
Mayor.
know where we stand at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to go through this quickly, if it's okay, I do have direction recorded on complete streets, economic development, new amenities. Public art was really just getting council support for moving forward with this proposal. I got feedback from safety. Signature events is one I didn't recall getting specific feedback. So
Right.
there's options here. So we're asking council to basically let us know which option, if any, they'd like us to move forward with. So that's one where we would like some direction. And then wayfinding, didn't hear any opposition, but could certainly get more direction there.
Okay.
And then branding.
So really the last 3 then, it sounds like, right?
Yes.
Okay. So members of council, any feedback on how you want to proceed tonight, or should we punt until next Monday night? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask one question on the wayfinding. Are any of those projects in the wayfinding going to add to the current budget that we've had for wayfinding and placemaking?
No, they would not.
Okay, so they would fit into what we already have.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So it doesn't sound for wayfinding that we have much. It does sound like we have at least consensus there, since it's part of the budget and no additional funds from what we've been talking about in the future, right?
Yeah, I heard one objection to the overstreet banner.
Right,
so
exactly.
Be,
yeah. Okay. All right, perfect. And then signature. Well, I guess. Let's just go through it, since it sounds like we can probably just knock off the signature events as well, potentially. Any comments there? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Nooncamp.
Yeah, I like the option two. Are we choosing between, if we're doing an art in all its forms? Are we choosing between option
It
one
would
and
be
two?
great if you could choose one. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, because option 2 is much more expensive than option 1. That's the difference.
I would lean towards option two, and um, on that one, and then on, well, I guess the others are. Could we do multiples of these, or is this, are we constrained?
You could. We just kind of realistically, based on staff capacity and constraints, we kind of
Okay,
have capacity for one. But if you want to do more than one, we would probably just request direction on the other events that we do on which ones you would want to scale back in order to make room for them.
got it. Okay, well, I think my first choice would be option two, or possibly option three, if that works out well in coordination with that group.
Just a point of information, Member Newcamp, you brought up the fact that CAC kind of coordinates some, or is looking to do something with one of the first two, right? Which one was it?
CAC works on art related events in general, both ones that they host themselves or how they partner within the community. So I think the extent that we pursue one or two, they should be involved with that planning. I lean towards option one because there's a group of individuals in our city who are already doing something very cool with Second Saturdays. And I think if the city could get behind that and elevate that, I think it could be really cool and exciting. And so I'd like to build and kind of champion the work that's already happening organically within our city. But I would also really strongly consider looking at our current slate of events that we kind of do every year and consider, do we want to swap one of these in lieu of something that we're doing that maybe we've done for a long time? We want to switch something up to free up some staff capacity and some resources. So I'm not inclined to make a hard decision tonight. I'd like staff to come back with, what we think the event schedule should look like next year.
Right. Thank you so much, Member Wright.
Thank you. I'm all for option one, and let's see how the turnout is. If the turnout is just as good or better in the South Broadway location compared to where it is normally, then we could look at doing other events. But before we start doing a bunch of events and putting money and staff into it, I want to see what happens with a smaller event and how it turns out before we go full bore ahead. I think we need to, dip our toe before we jump in.
Member Pring.
Thank you. I have a strong preference for option 2. I think it's a fresh new idea, and potentially you could weave in maybe some of option number 1. I also really like option 4 and repurposing something.
Yeah, I like the repurpose idea, but I first preference would be option 1, just because I think we can expand that out from the current offering that we have within South Broadway. So, Member Russell?
I would lean towards number one, just really to see how it works and how effective it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. All right, I think we have consensus on at least option 1 there. Going to the branding discussion, I do feel that there should be a branding component to it, because we're kind of doing it today with City Center, Wellness, South Broadway. I have trouble explaining exactly what South Broadway is. It's the South Broadway. That's basically the way that I've been talking about the South Broadway. So I do think that it would help identify or bring an identity to that area. So I would be in favor of it. I like the trolley option, but I would be in favor of just taking it back to the committee and just seeing what their thoughts were on that, getting more insight in terms of what it should be branded. But I do think it's kind of important in terms of just identifying a place. Member Russell.
So I would just like to weigh in. Broadway from Yale to the other end, past Bellevue, has always been the commercial district, even before Cinderella City came to Inglewood. That's where all the businesses were located. And so you could call it the business district. We did not brand City Center. That came into being because of Cinderella City, and that's where City Center is. We didn't brand the Wellness District. That's where the hospital and Craig and all of those are. Those were naturally forming ideas that came because of something in that location. And I don't like splitting it all up. It just kind of gets rid of all the history that we've had. And I just don't want to do that. So I'm okay with no branding.
Thank you, Member
Thank
Russell. Member Nooncamp.
I think we should have it. We have downtown Inglewood, and I've heard directly from some businesses and some community members who say, "Man, downtown Inglewood gets a lot of love. We've got the EDDA. What about south of Hampton?" And I think this is an opportunity to be responsive to that request. But I definitely think that this should not be something that City Council decides. They should go back to the people.
I think Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Prang and then Member Ward.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of branding. I don't think it divides the city up into little pieces. That's silly. But what I do think is that we should put this out to the citizens and include the no branding option. I mean, if that's what 75% of the city wants, then okay, fine, I can live with that. But this is one I'm happy to trust the citizens with.
Member Prang?
I absolutely support sending it back out to the community for more input. And just to, throw a wrench in things and address something that Councilmember Russell said earlier. What if we did Inglewood South and the tagline was "We are Inglewood"? Just saying.
Member Ward?
I concur with the Mayor Pro Tem. He stole a little bit of my thunder. As much as I stated earlier that I don't personally like these, I think it's good to put forward to the people. Oftentimes on city surveys, we tell people we're thinking about making this change. Which one do you like best? And the status quo needs to be an option on that survey. So as long as we give them the option to vote for none of the above, I'm happy sending it back to the people.
Sounds great. Member Wright, last word on this.
Thank you. I agree. Let's let people choose best way to do it with that option. Because I don't think it's fair if we do. So, thank you.
So I just want to, I'm okay with that. I think we should let the people choose, but I'm going to ask that we put it in the utility bill and there would be a response thing in the utility bill.
Something that they can mail back.
So that they can mail it back.
Perfect.
Thank
That makes
you.
sense. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would ask that we word it, if the survey goes out, in a series of 2 questions. Are you supportive of rebranding? And if so, rank these choices or something like that, so we get clear answers on both of those questions.
All right. Perfect. All right, everyone. Tim, did we give you what you need?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We knew we took a lot of your time tonight, but we greatly appreciate it, so thank you.
Well, we also took a lot of your time tonight and over the past few weeks. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry for my bad timekeeping on this, but really appreciate all the input that you had on this. So everybody have a great evening. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Can we take a quick break, 5-minute break? Yes. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on to the new Inglewood item. Thank you, everyone.
I don't want it quite that hard. I would like it. I would like it so cold.
Wow, you are cold, huh? All right, members of council, we are now back. So before we get to the next item, the ground lease termination agreement, just wanted to make it clear that we are going to be pushing the state land use and housing laws update. Just based on timing, it sounds like we may not be able to get back to it until about December. It just makes sense with the fact that there's going to be a new council seated in November, and just based on the time frame that you're kind of giving, Brad. Just to make everyone aware, members of council as well as members of the public that are listening, that item we probably won't bring back until about December or so. Perfect. So with that, everyone, we are now moving to the ground lease termination agreement. So we have Director of Community Development Brad Power, Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Paramba, and representatives of New Inglewood here to provide council an informational update on the proposed ground lease termination agreement on the former wine garden property in the city center. All right, Dan, kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. It's nice to be back before you on this matter again. So with your patience, our approach tonight is to use the PowerPoint to go, which many slides of which you've seen before. And our hope is to just go through that quickly as a good mechanism to summarize this matter in preparation for your consideration of the first reading of the ordinance and the agreement on the 15th of September. And, there may be a couple areas where we can shorten or cut back the discussion depending on your wishes. I'll mention I'm recovering from a cough, so if I happen to come down with a coughing attack, I'm going to ask Mark to fill in for me while I recover, and hopefully my voice will hold out. The mayor's already covered the introductions in terms of the members of New Inglewood LLC, and they'll reintroduce themselves here shortly as well. So what we wanted to do was just capture some of the background that I think is particularly relevant for the public to know, and particularly some of the recent events and how hard you guys have all been working on the termination agreement with New Inglewood. This all really started about 6 years ago in August of 2018 when the bond debt holders on the former wine garden property foreclosed on that property. And this is the slide that you've seen many times. The former wine garden property is in red. The adjacent city property is in blue. And actually starting right in August of 2018, City Council has considered many steps to encourage the accelerated disposition of the wine garden property ground lease and basically encourage the co-development of that property together with the adjacent city property. And many of these steps reflected a good faith commitment by council to the idea of the eventual ground lease termination and the expectation and hope that two properties would be developed together by the same master developer. So after many false starts, painful false starts with L&R Partners, which was the special servicer representing the bondholders, finally the ground lease was sold to New Inglewood LLC, and that transaction closed last December of 2024, and that followed a November 25, 2024 City Council resolution approving the assignment of the ground lease from L&R to New Inglewood and the acquisition of the ground lease title as well, the conversion of the leased property to a titled property. Council met with New Inglewood representatives on March 3rd for a study session. And then there was an executive session on March 10th March 14th and July 21st, and also quite a few meetings towards the tail end of 24. And council directed New Inglewood representatives and city staff to negotiate and draft a ground lease termination agreement, which is now ready for city council's formal review and consideration, if directed, with a first reading a week from now. And so we'll go through just very quickly the mechanics of the phased ground lease termination and the way that that addressed city council's focus on redevelopment accountability from the proposed master developer. And before we get into that, I thought it would be helpful to just have a reintroduction from the New Inglewood representatives, if that meets with your approval. If you feel familiar enough with them at this point, we can probably jump over that, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine in terms of providing an overview, or if you want to come and introduce yourself, I think that would be good.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, members of council, staff. Appreciate everyone's time. This has been, the result of probably 10 months of work getting to tonight. So appreciate everyone's work in getting there. My name is Dustin Jones. I'm with Ogilvy Partners, along with Stu Ogilvy and Justin Lugin. We're here representing New Inglewood LLC tonight. Just real briefly, we've, collectively, or I guess separately, have, worked on many projects over probably 30 plus years. Thought it would be helpful just to reintroduce a couple of those relevant projects to this redevelopment, which will give the community some background. So, in 2017, we purchased the former Sports Authority headquarters, which were at the time 2 vacant buildings on 15 acres of land. Obviously staring at 2 vacant buildings had the potential to really be a dilapidation to the area. And so we ended up repurposing the south buildings into 2 industrial uses, as well as at the time it was Earth Trek's climbing gym, which was the nation's largest. Knowing that this thing needed to transform to different uses, the south building, became what is today the CubeSmart self-storage facility, and it left us with a center parking lot that was no longer relevant with that redevelopment. So through a rezoning effort with the city, we were able to work with the community and the neighbors to create what is today about 304 units that they constructed there. So it was a great relationship with the city going through that process over several years, as well as the neighbors, and working through that. And with that, I'll let Justin talk quickly on this.
You were just going to handle my portion of it. I'm going to get back here. You guys have heard our spiel before, but thank you for being here. It's amazing what you guys do, and we're always in awe that you're here late at night and been grinding through this. So really appreciate everybody's attention to getting hopefully to the end game with us here. Justin Lugin with DPC Companies, and the project that we've talked about in the past is Cherry Creek Corporate Center, which is right in the heart of Glendale, just east of Colorado Boulevard on South Cherry Street. This is a cool project, and it was a ways back. We bought this in 2011, ultimately sold all the pieces and parts by 2013, 2014. But it feels to me very much like Inglewood City Center in the fact that this was an office project. We've got a retail project, but we had 4 office buildings, but this massive sea of underutilized parking, just surface space. It was probably 5 football fields. And when we got onto this project, we said there's no way that this piece of property should be sitting in the heart of Glendale, on the north side of Home Depot, on the south side of Target, the 2 highest producing of each of those retailers in Colorado. And so we came around to a plan to build a parking structure. We could do multifamily by relieving some of the parking issues. But dollars came into play. We spent about 15 million on the parking structure, and it's hard to find that kind of money from an office project because office does not produce a whole lot of returns even back then. But we partnered with the city. We were able to create a metro district. We did a $20 million bond issuance, and with that, we were able to build a 1,000 stall parking garage. The city used that for their new Glendale Rugby Stadium, along with the event center that they had, and it was a great public-private partnership. Probably my favorite story on this project was that we sat with the city, and they made us buy a burned-out apartment complex that had been sitting there for literally probably 5 years, and we just said, "Well, what do you guys want us to do with it?" And they said, "Well, buy it and tear it down." We were like, "You want to just have it?" And they were like, "Yeah." And so we figured out the numbers, tore it down, and it became more parking. But long story short, we had a great relationship with Glendale. The project worked out, and we see us forming the same bond with you guys. We're very motivated to hopefully appease to what the city wants, what the citizens want. But you guys have a killer piece of real estate. We collectively do, and so we're excited to get to the next steps with y'all. And again, appreciate your time and all the effort to get to this point with us.
Thanks, Justin. We'll just dive into, again, a little bit of a quick review of the mechanics of the phased termination. I think they're important because they really offer quite a bit of a risk mitigation for the city. I also was late here in reintroducing Kirsten Crawford, our outside legal counsel, with Kaplan Kirsch, and Mark Tompkins with Stray Advisory Services, who is our real estate and financial advisor. And as you know, they've been with us through this whole process. So the phase one termination that's shown on this slide, the immediate transaction at closing, which by the way would more than likely be the first quarter of next year. The transaction has the lease termination occurring on Block D and parcel C2. And Block D is Ross and Petco, and C2 includes the two-story office and retail buildings on the south side of Inglewood Parkway. Simultaneously, the city would gain ownership and control of the former 24-hour fitness building and the plaza retail area, and also a 2-year option to purchase the Tokyo Joe's building at $3.5 million. We'll talk a little bit about the relevant values of the properties, but I think the important benefit of this phase one approach is that it gives the city immediate ownership of the plaza retail, the 24-hour fitness building, and the opportunity to purchase the Tokyo Joe's. So what that really does is consolidates the city's ownership of the Civic Center block, and that should have tremendous value going forward, irrespective of what happens, irrespective of whether we end up partnering with New Inglewood on the redevelopment of that block, or for whatever reason delay that redevelopment and that relationship for the future. So here is the phase two. If development is commenced on C2, and it's generally expected that that would occur within a period of about 2 years, then the second phase of the ground lease termination kicks in, and that covers C1 and B3. And so that really kind of keeps New Inglewood's feet to the fire in terms of moving forward with redevelopment. And that was really something that council had focused on early on, which is how do we ensure that there's accountability, that everybody's fully invested, and it's just not kind of a wait and see process. And so in addition to the termination of the ground lease in phase two itself, the termination agreement lays out some pretty strong commitments in terms of community engagement that's required of New Inglewood. There'll be a concept plan updates to reflect public input, market conditions, etc. And then significantly, a commitment to spend $300,000 on pre-planning on these pre-development tasks over the next 2 years. And those costs would actually be invested in both the former Weingarten property and the city's property. So that would hopefully become the basis of then a third agreement called the Master Development Agreement that would follow the agreement in this phase, which is called the Pre-Development Agreement. And so one of the benefits for the city is we would actually have at least 2, possibly and hopefully 3 very detailed agreements with our master development partner. And if you've had a chance to look at the proposed termination agreement, you'll see how detailed it is. It's probably much more detailed than a typical agreement would be at this stage. But one of the benefits is it's really kind of allowed us to vet our mutual expectations. And it also lays a great foundation for the pre-development agreement. Other things that come out of the current agreement is that New Inglewood is limited on what they can do in terms of leasing during the initial 2 years. And they're also limited, you may remember this was a fairly important item to council. They can't really pursue an immediate flip of the C2 parcel. That has to be held essentially for 2 years unless there's a agreement with either they or a successor on a city approved site plan. And that would be quite a detailed process under the new zoning. We'll go into the phase 3, which occurs under the master development agreement. And again, this is subject to New Inglewood's performance of the pre-development agreement in a commercially satisfactory way, which we'll have the opportunity to evaluate. And so it would cover most of the Civic Center parcel, as well as aspects of the former Weingarten parcel too. And if development is commenced on C2, the idea would be that the option on Tokyo Joe's would be terminated. And the reason for that is that New Inglewood at that point would hopefully be in active negotiations with the city about donating. I shouldn't use the word donate, about contributing in one way or the other the Tokyo Joe's property into a joint development arrangement. And so here's the overview of all phases. And, it essentially flows from east to west. It's logical. I think it addresses the risks quite well. And just by way of background, here is the revised concept plan that resulted from City Council's 2023 joint planning study with the EDDA board, as well as representatives of L&R Partners. And this is particularly relevant because these 2 concept plans, the first concept plan assumes the demolition of the Civic Center building, and the second plan assumes that the Civic Center building stays in place. And we recognize that there's a future decision process there for City Council with public input. But these plans in the termination agreement are specified as the master plan, as the basis of the master plan that will now be further modified by both parties, by both New Inglewood and the city. So that gives us a solid benchmark that many people have participated in forming. There was a lot of public input that went into that as well. And just by way of quick review, I think it was July 21st, we had a pretty significant meeting. We talked at that time about the 3 major open issues between us, between the city and New Inglewood. We've had some good negotiations since then and essentially have reached agreement on all 3 of those. And I think at least 2 of those are really significant because they provide a lot of protection to the city in terms of what happens to these development parcels after the ground lease is no longer in place. So, for example, number one, New Englewood agreed to apply the covenants to Block D. You may remember there was a lot of discussion about that. And so not only did they agree to apply them to Block D, but in good faith, they also agreed to apply those covenants permanently to all the parcels, including D. And so that makes the covenants permanent and offers a lot of protection. For example, in the covenants, there's a lot that deals with prohibited uses and other aspects. It really lays out the intention of both parties to create a first-class mixed-use TOD development. So it's a big plus for the city, and it kind of makes up for some of the protections that otherwise would have existed under the ground lease itself. And then one of the interesting things we had talked about, it was liquor stores in the redevelopment area, the core area. And so we ended up at an approach where they stay as a prohibited use. However, there is a provision by which the city manager or their designee can approve a specific store or store concept or operator. And at this point, maybe I'll just turn it over to Mark to talk a little bit about the value analysis issue. You may remember it was really important to council to make sure, and city attorney, I should say, to make sure that the value of what the city was receiving from New Englewood was greater than the value that we were giving up under the ground lease. So, Mark?
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, members of council. Mark Tompkins with Stray Advisory Services. And I do real estate and public finance advising to municipalities and private entities. Dan, you did a great job of summarizing this. There was the question of we're going to swap a real estate here, and there will be some that's given to New Englewood, and there'll be some that's taken title by the city. And so what are those relative values? So we went through that exercise and came up with the 3 different transactions and phases, and there's value attached to each of those phases, and wanted to make sure that the city's interests were being protected and were fairly, it was an equitable transaction, each one individually, and then looking at them in total. So I did some preliminary work on that. Arrived at some numbers. We wanted to make sure that those were validated. And so THK Associates was engaged to be able to do a review and their own independent review of that and see what they came up with. Before I leave this slide, also want to just highlight that there was a economic impact report by Arland Land Use Economics back in 2022 under a previous redevelopment concept. And so while it wasn't apples to apples, we really wanted to just point out that while we did an analysis on a transaction specific basis, trading land to New Englewood and getting property back from New Englewood, there is that additional value that's realized from the redevelopment efforts overall. And so on the this slide is broken up into 2 pieces: the value received by the city of Englewood on the left, and the value received by the developer on the right. And so the initial transaction, the immediate value exchanged, the city realizes $10.3 million in value, and New Englewood recognizes about $5.8 million in value. Then there are 2 additional steps in that 3-step process that Dan described earlier in this agreement. If the city chooses to exercise the option contract on the Tokyo Joe's parcel, THK is projecting that over that 2-year period, there would be about a $600,000 value to exercising the $3.5 million option purchase price, that over time, the Tokyo Joe's parcel will increase in value and the city can buy it for a value that's pegged today at $3.5 million. And then the last part of this is New Englewood satisfies the commencement of development triggers in the transaction, and so then the city moves to terminate the ground lease on parcels C1 and B3.
And so if that occurs, then there's that phase 3 transaction, which is the value of the Tokyo Joe's parcel in C1, and that's about $3.6 million, $3.7 million total. So even if all of those things happen, the city could realize either 10.3 million in value or 10.9 million in value, depending on the option if it exercises. If it chooses not to exercise the option, it would have 10.3 million in value, and New Englewood would realize 9.5 million. So under any scenario, the city is receiving at least as much, if not more, value in this exchange for the ground lease termination. Hopefully that wasn't too painful. Dan?
And I'll just point out, on top of Mark's explanation, that the THK analysis did look at 2022 valuation study, the economic impact report, and identified the really substantial amounts of fiscal and economic impact in addition to what's identified here that would result from the ground lease termination and the redevelopment. So before we get to any of your questions and discussion, just some big picture things to keep in mind. The ground lease termination is needed to facilitate redevelopment. Without ground lease termination, redevelopment will not occur. Will essentially stay at some form of a status quo. As mentioned, the termination and the redevelopment will generate significant financial and economic benefits for the city. And the backdrop for that is that without redevelopment, that ground lease stays in place and it generates absolutely zero annual income for the city every year for the next 50 years. And then I think the way that council directed the negotiations with New Englewood has been really helpful. I think we have a lot of really positive aspects in the agreements. Staff has tried very hard to remain neutral in this and to really facilitate the negotiations and the discussions between both New Englewood and City Council. As mentioned, there's a lot of, I think, risk protections that are built into this first agreement. The fact is that it contemplates a total of 3 agreements, very detailed. I think that, and City Council will be approving each and every one of those agreements. So you need to be satisfied at each point in that process. And then one of the things personally that's intriguing for me is that we'll kind of have a trial run with New Englewood as we work through the initial phase and then the second phase of the ground lease termination. And it's at that point that we all, negotiate and start to make decisions about whether they're a master development partner for the city in the redevelopment of the civic center parcel. And there's tremendous upside financially for the city in how this parcel is handled. And so the fact that we don't have to commit to that partnership on this parcel up front, I think really has a lot of benefits for the city and will give us both a chance to feel like we're good partners, if you will, and have a common plan to work through going forward. And so with that, I think all of us are happy to entertain any questions.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone for presenting and for being here tonight. We'll start off with questions. Member Russell, I'll let you have the first one.
Thank you. I appreciate all the hard work on this by all of staff. So my question is, all 3 of these phases will occur separately. So the first phase will be C2, and then you all will start building C2 before we move on to the next one. And at every phase, council would have the option to change their mind. I mean, I know ultimately that our plan is to work all the way through. But at any point, if you all could change your mind too, after each phase. And the reason I'm asking that, market conditions can change. And I mean, right now, even I'm a little bit concerned. The headline in the newspaper on September 2nd was landlords face oversupply fallout, vacancy rates. And so I am a little bit concerned about building even medium density units on the property that you're going to begin with. Does that give you any angst?
Thank you, Member Russell. So I think to answer your market question, I think that that is a snapshot in a point in time. We also heard that recently, I think it was Q2 or it might have been the first half of the year, we've had 6,000 units of positive absorption for the quarter, which is a really good sign. So I think we do start seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. These projects can take 2-3 years before they're open, and so we're looking more long term from that standpoint. In terms of answering the question about each step, can the council change their mind or can we change their mind? I don't know if that's a better question for the attorney, but I would answer it this way: that if we're not hitting certain metrics at that point, then that next step doesn't trigger. So, for instance, if C2 doesn't have a site plan that's approved for a multifamily development that is then under construction, next phase needs to be either rediscussed. If we all say that market's dead or we need to pivot, then we'd have to come back to council and have that discussion at that point in time. But I think if we hit those metrics, then we would go on to that second phase. The third phase is subject to a master development agreement, which would be between the parties, which I think is more a lot more needs to be worked out before that day arrives. Is that a fair way of answering it? I want to make sure I didn't.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, good answer. I'll just add on to that and say, I think that's accurate. I think the fact that we have a series of agreements, we don't technically have an option to back out. There's a good faith obligation to move forward. But if it's not working out to one or both parties' satisfaction, certainly the agreement would not be approved by City Council. It's probably unlikely we'd actually reach a final agreement to be presented at Council. In spite of market conditions, one thing I might mention is that the Kimco project up the street, they had 11 fully legitimate offers on that from highly qualified developers. So that's a pretty good indication of the level of multifamily developer interest right here in Inglewood.
I appreciate that. I mean, I still have some angst about where are people going to shop? And we're getting a lot more people in here and really don't have a whole lot of places for them to shop. So C2 is where we start, and then is C1 the next phase after C2?
Yes, that would be the next phase after C2.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions for now.
Member Ward.
Keeping in mind that this is the first time we've had a public discussion on this specific transaction, I'm going to take a big step backwards and talk about some big picture items first, because I think we need to ensure that the public is informed on exactly what we're doing here. And some of these things were covered briefly, but this property that we are currently sitting in and discussing is the ground itself owned right now by the city of Inglewood, correct? Did I get a verbal confirmation of that?
Correct.
And it is, and we don't fully control it right now because it is encumbered with a ground lease that lasts roughly 50 years from today. And your company owns that ground lease currently. You acquired it from a previous owner. I guess where I'm going with this is, as the owner of that ground lease, you could potentially build something on top of that land if you wanted to right now. Is that correct?
In theory, the harder part is getting financing and equity to actually commit capital to an environment where they won't own the improvements or won't have security in those improvements at the end of the ground lease. So it would be very difficult to actually execute it if you could at all.
Right. I appreciate that answer, and that is actually sort of what I'm driving at. Um, so this property becomes, and everything on top of it becomes fully controlled by the city of Inglewood in 50 years. Correct?
Correct.
So basically, what we're being asked to do today, or the transaction that we are negotiating, is if you were to sum it up, someone might say, despite what the spreadsheet says, we're being asked to exchange something we own in order to get something we own. Is that uh, does that adequately describe the transaction?
It'd be one way. I think you're trading buildings for land at the end of the day, to some effect. And I think, the current position is there's a right to own something 50 years from now. And the reality is that the closer you get to that expiration, the less capital that'll be invested into the property. And you're not going to have tenants lease it with a looming expiration like that. So you have a continual dilapidation start occurring on the property as you get closer to the expiration of that date.
Okay, that makes sense. And then my last question related to what we've seen so far is, the structure of this deal has us putting forward two parcels at the start, the C2 and D. What is your intent for D going forward?
Our belief is that D is, at least for the foreseeable future, which would certainly be longer than our ownership period, is going to be retail. Both the rights that exist on it, the rights that Walmart has to view corridors, definitely indicate that this is going to be retail. So, although we don't have, any immediate plans, I think in all likelihood we would look to sell that to a stabilized retail investor at some point in the future.
Great, thank you. I think that covers all the questions I have for right now.
Thank you for that overview, Member Ward. Mayor Pro Tem is next.
One of the things I wanted to ask about, partly for public benefit and also for mine a little bit, since I missed the last, I was out of town for the last executive session on this, so I don't know how the details worked out, but we set it up so that I think it's C1 is contingent on C2. And what are the actual performance criteria on C2 such that we would then release C1?
It's been a long time in this agreement, so I'll cover the big one, but everyone else can jump in if I miss others. The main caveat is that a site plan has to be approved by the city for multifamily development, and I believe is groundbreaking still in the language of the agreement. Yeah, so there has to be a groundbreaking or evidence that you're going vertical on a multifamily development. So that releases the trigger point for C1.
Okay, great. And I think for the sake of the citizens, this is one of the, from council's perspective, one of the most important pieces of this, because just releasing that ground lease, and then the developer, you got New Inglewood having the authority to do whatever they want with it. This little piece of contingency kind of ensures that we're moving towards a development that we all agree is ultimately good for the city. And I think that's really important to me, and I think important to the citizens of Inglewood is that we're not just we're definitely making an exchange of value, the buildings for land, as you said. So we're not giving anything away, but we're also getting some assurance that what gets built is kind of in accordance with the vision we have for the area as well. Thank you.
I might just add to that, Dustin, that the requirement under the agreement is that there be commencement of development to trigger the release of the second phase. And it has all kinds of requirements in there in terms of the site plan approval, on-site construction, a big one being the closing of a construction loan specific to the property.
Very good. Thank you. That's helpful. We're sure that they're going to do this if they want C2, which we want everything to go forward. And I think we all agree we're all moving in the same direction.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Dan, I guess my question is going to be for you, just because you made mention that the ground lease, the transfer of the ground lease will not happen until Q1 of next year. What happens between now and then from a council perspective? What are the next steps in terms of just what happens between now and then?
Assuming that we make it through first reading and second reading so that council has approved the agreement, we have the appeal period, and then we have a 60-day due diligence period. We have a 30-day period to just finalize everything for closing. So by the time you add all that up, it gets us probably into January or February as a practical matter. And some of that, again, is protection in terms of the due diligence investigations, some of which are ours. So what we would start doing, if council approves, is working on the pre-development agreement. And there's another opportunity for us to further address and mitigate risk by making sure that as of the closing date, we're well along on the pre-development agreement. And so that's kind of the timeline that we'd be working with during the next 2 quarters.
Yeah, so Dan, that's what I was trying to figure out. So the first reading, is that occurring next Monday night, and then next Monday night, and then obviously 1st of October would be the first 2 readings. And then the pre-development agreement may not be done by the time we get to Q1. Is that what I'm hearing? It may not be finalized at that point?
So the termination agreement will be approved by city council, and it'll have an effective date 30 days following the approval. And we'll be working on then the pre-development agreement. In a perfect world, it'd be nice to have the pre-development agreement completely done by the time we get to closing of the first phase termination, but that may not happen. We may want to collectively add enough detail to that the availability of that agreement for council's consideration occurs afterward. Let's say, off the top of my head, towards the end of the first period.
Okay,
first
because I was
quarter.
thinking, based on that timeline, we're getting into the holidays as well. Like the 30 days after the approval. We'd
We'd be getting into the
Right.
holidays as it impacts the negotiation of the pre-development agreement, but it shouldn't impact really the closing.
No, I was just thinking from a council perspective.
Okay.
Like in terms of just if we need council action, that's what I was trying to.
I would see the next council action occurring on the pre-development agreement, the second of the 3 agreements, sometime during the first quarter.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dan. Member Russell.
Thank you. So in the plans for the multifamily housing, is there still plans to have first floor retail?
I'm not sure we've gotten that far, quite honestly. I think it's in the concept plan right now. I think we need to do a lot more, just one, community input, and that's part of the first step of this process is going to be community engagement. But 2, certainly, market analysis and just see what the market's going to support. We've had those conversations with you all about, are they going to support 24,000 feet of ground floor retail, back from Hamden, or is it need to be closer to Hamden? We talked about potential reorientation. So I don't think we've gotten far enough yet to be able to say, yes, this is exactly what we're going to have here for this development, but that's how we're thinking about it, at least.
Okay, so it may or may not have any retail, correct?
I think you're going to have a component of retail in the development regardless, whether it's exactly at C2 or if it becomes part of C1 or if they get reoriented. I can't answer that based on today, what we know today.
I would add a high confidence level, certainly fronting Hamden. That's one of the busiest arterials in Denver. We've had numerous conversations with our retail team, Sullivan Hayes, who currently leases it, and all the big shops in town. Retail is 100% feasible there. It's what does it feel like? What does it look like? We know restaurants and, kind of experiential type uses will, I would say 100% be certainly fronting Hamden at least. The question is how much will the site, how much can we put in there? Last thing we want is another failed project, right? But To answer your question directly, there will be some component of first level retail. It's just how far north into the site can that be sustained?
Okay, thank you. And so also that you haven't really decided for sure if you're going to reorient north and south um, rather than east and west.
Correct. Right now, we're assuming that it stays on the current orientation, but I think it's worth the conversation with the stakeholders to see, one, if it's viable, and two, if we can actually do it. I mean, there's a lot of things we'd have to discuss, one being an access onto Hamden, which is, not an easy task. Got cut off. So we just need to have all those conversations to see what's going to be actually feasible versus, what would be ideal.
And a Harbor Freight lease.
And Harbor Freight's still there too.
The one wild card that we don't control, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. So I mean, currently they're there, but you don't know if you're going to be able to sign a lease additional with Harbor Freight.
To terminate Harbor Freight. Yeah, no, we have not had any conversations.
Okay, they have a lease for
They
longer.
have an existing
Okay,
lease, yep.
All right, thank you.
Member Ward and then Member Ryan.
Mayor, if I could. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Director
Sorry for interrupting. I just did want to follow up briefly on Councilmember Russell's question about the retail. When this planned unit development was rescinded for this area and it came back to the base MUB2 zoning or MUB1 zoning, we did identify in an overlay specific areas that could and should have retail at the ground floor. Now, if there's variations of that, that would obviously have to be negotiated, but we did identify locations for retail going forward. And if this varies, you would have that choice in terms of the vote that you would have going forward at the time that a plan would come forward. But there are retail locations that are identified.
Even on the first phase property?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think we're all turning off lights here. So I saw Member Ward, but are you up next, Member Ward? We'll go Member Ward and then Member Wright and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm up now, so I'll go.
All right.
I want to go back to the value sheet. The first time I looked at this, I asked you guys some questions, and I think members of the public may have the same questions. When we look at the exchange of value on this sheet, we know that for the Tokyo Joe's transaction, the city is paying $3.5 million on the option. Why is the $3.5 million minus not on the left side and plus on the right side?
Mark Tompkins again. The short answer is because that is a decision that this council hasn't made yet. And so the lease termination agreement gives you the right to choose in the future. What this spreadsheet is showing is the values that would happen today, right at the top, the 10.3 and the 5.8. And then what it's trying to show is what the incremental value could be if you choose to exercise that option. So I think when we had a discussion about this previously, what you would see, if I were to modify this to include the 3.5 million purchase price, we would put 3.5 million on New Inglewood's side and on the city side, because that is a future decision to make. And on both sides, it would have 3.5 million because you would be buying a property for 3.5 million that was worth 4.1 million. So what we put on the spreadsheet was the delta between the difference between the 3.5 that they would receive if you chose to exercise it and the value that you would acquire at that point. So we just put the differential on it, the 600,000 differential.
That's the answer I'm looking for. The cash in this case is not a factor because it's presumed that the cash we pay is equal to or less than the value of the building we're getting. So it's a net zero on the cash itself.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wright and then Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Prang.
Thank you. I don't have crunch number questions. So I'm looking at the concept plans, and for plan number 1, you have a total of 1,027 units, and 70 hotel units. And then the retail space is 86,000 with the total parking spaces of 2020. On Plan 2, you have more retail office space, less hotel 100, and then 1,088 residential units with only 2,000 stalls. Can you tell me how you decide on the parking stalls? Because it seems like with concept 2, you may need more, but there's less.
So we inherited both of these concept plans. We weren't involved in creating them. What I will tell you is I think we're at step 1 of about 25 on actually getting this concept plan into a spot that we all are comfortable with. And step 1 is going to be a bunch of stakeholder meetings to just say, are we in the right direction here? Do we need more retail, less retail, more units, fewer units? And what the community really wants to see as a whole. And then I think we start dialing that down to, okay, what do we really need for parking, both requirement wise and as important market wise. So then we start dialing in that analysis, but we have not gotten to that level of detail at this point.
Okay. And then one more question. If I recall, at one point, you were going to have a conversation with RTD and all their unused spaces. Has that ever happened? Because I don't see them in any of the concepts anymore, and they used to be.
No, I mean, we had an introduction, I think, conversation is a relationship, but that's been the extent of the conversations with
Okay,
RTD.
so they're kind of not in any type of...
Not to date. They have not been.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I wanted to return to the ground floor retail thing, and Director Power, maybe you could. You answered this kind of quickly, but I think it's worth dwelling on a little more. If New England was going to go and start building right now, they would be required to put some percentage of ground floor even on C2, right?
That's correct.
With
As
the
I said,
overlay, it's all built into the zoning, correct?
correct. There was an overlay that was put on the MUB1 that identified the locations of ground floor retail, the expectation for locations for ground floor retail. They do include areas along Englewood Parkway.
Okay.
So it's not just on Hamden. And so if there's a variation of that, that's something we would obviously negotiate and bring to you for your estimation of whether or not that's feasible on the city's part or not. But those areas are identified in the zone district.
And so when Dustin says we're not sure where the ground floor retail is going to go, you're assuming a conversation with council that would result in some sort of a rezoning. Is that?
Absolutely. I think what we're all trying to avoid is a condition where we end up with the same situation that we have today with a bunch of ground floor retail that's vacant.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's the way we should think about this is we're looking at a future conversation to make sure that whatever retail we do is highly successful. For your sake and for our sake, for the crime prevention and everything. We want those spaces to be filled up, activated. We want people parking in the parking spots. We want this to be used.
And that was our intention as staff when we identified those areas.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you. Number one, I wanted to thank members of New Englewood for being willing to introduce yourself again. Even though we have met you, this is our first public airing of this conversation, and so I think it's important for a broader community to know who we're working with and what you're about. So thank you for that. My questions, I'm pretty sure, are for city staff and potentially city attorney. To begin with, I have a question in the language on the agreement. It's on page 168 of our packet, and it's referencing the parking plan for the master plan. And it states, create a viable parking plan to accommodate the master plan. New Inglewood will pursue opportunities or incentives available under new state legislation, including but not limited to Colorado General Assembly House Bills HB 24-1304 and 24-1313. I'm struggling a little bit with that specific language being cited in this particular section of the agreement, given the fact that council hasn't agreed to adopt that legislation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. These were opportunities for incentives. I understand that you were set to have a discussion tonight on the state bills, and I am certainly aware of the litigation going on with the state and the Front Range cities, and I'm very intimately concerned about preemption. Tamara and I are active in CML together. So this will not jeopardize those issues. This was just simply to note that there are monies available and that they would pursue those as a funding source. I would assume that they would not object to having that come out if that is a concern being in there.
My
New
preference
Englewood,
would
you might
be,
want to respond to that, but
sorry. My preference would be for it to come out. Even though it's potentially pursuing monies available, council hasn't adopted or an agreement on whether we're complying with these two pieces of legislation. So I hesitate to have specific legislation cited. I don't have any problem with you creating a viable parking plan for the master agreement.
We would have no objection.
Okay, thank you. And then my second, well, that probably clears up my second question. I just wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be, if we were to leave those citations of specific legislation, that there were no conflicts between the intent of that legislation and the existing agreement with RTD for transit facilities and parking spaces.
we're kind of having a sidebar here, but if there's no objection from New Englewood, I would suggest we just take it out, and that eliminates the concern. And I think it's good that you're noting that, and we would want no unintended consequences there. So I think we just remove it.
To your question, I also add that we have had ongoing discussions with RTD, and we've talked about the potential impacts of the state legislation on how RTD parking is looked at in the future. And they understand that we might take a position that, they're under some obligation to use their parking in different ways than they have in the past. And that would benefit our redevelopment, just in general terms.
Okay, that's helpful. And then my last...
Actually, can I get a point of information on that one?
Sure.
I'm just trying to understand so is that part of the language that we keep in? Because there is when we vote on this next week, what type of language is going to be present regarding the RTD aspect?
I think we could go with either a deletion of the language or a description of those state legislative provisions, and just note that it's subject to, as ultimately accepted or not, if you will, by the city council. I mean, either way.
Well, the other thing to note is that the other thing I would note is that we're going to enter into pre-development agreement, and these things will continue to be discussed along the way. So I think it's fine to just remove it for now, and we can talk about it later, especially after
we may, based on information during the pre-development agreement, that may be added or removed or altered in some sort of way. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
And I would just add, that's consistent with where RTD has come back to us in terms of when they want to engage, is they've been pretty consistent of saying, we'd really like to see the plan. And that would be the part of that pre-development agreement.
All right. Sorry about that, Member Prang.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the further clarification. My last question, I think, is pretty easy, and you may have already answered this. I'm not sure who will answer it. But on page 171 of our packet under the master development agreement, there was, I think, relating to performance and whether we're moving forward with the master plan negotiations. How is commercially reasonable manner defined? And is that an industry term norm?
It's pretty much an industry term that enters into the gray area almost immediately. Yeah, I say that somewhat facetiously, but we would, if there was a question about performance, we'd be having a lot of discussion about performance, and we, the city, would be trying to address it in terms of the requirements of the master development agreement and possible adjustments in terms of performance of tasks based on our history with how they were performed under the pre-development agreement. So, long story short, where it takes you is into direct, more detailed discussions of how performance would be measured under the master development agreement if all parties, subject to city council approval, agree to move forward. The flip side of that would be, there would be likely an understanding that we can't move forward because we can't reach agreement on the master development agreement, tied somewhat to performance under the pre-development agreement. And that's probably the best answer I can come up with. I don't know, Kirsten, any thoughts on that?
One of the reasons we have chosen commercially reasonable is we had a lot of discussion around what it means from the development perspective versus what it means from the public sector, and they're apples and oranges. So it is a term that has come into use and applies to this agreement. We think it's an appropriate use of the term. If you need more information, we can.
I don't need more information. Okay. I just wanted the explanation of it. It makes sense to me how you've explained it, and it also sounds like how we define it potentially would change over time given the performance over time. Is that correct?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it Mayor Pro Tem or Member Ward? Okay. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I'd like to briefly discuss the timing, if now is an appropriate time.
I believe it is. Yeah.
I'm concerned about the 1 week lead time between the time that we present this project to the public and the time that we schedule it for first vote. This is a very, very, very large project for the city of Inglewood. And I'm not sure that we are giving the public an appropriate amount of time to understand what we're doing here, much less weigh in on it with a level of discourse that would be helpful for the conversation. So I would strongly like to bump first reading on this back to either a fifth Monday meeting on the 29th or October 6th, if that is viable, because I do not want to do first reading on this next week, frankly. It's way too soon.
Thank you, Member Ward. Anyone want to chime in? Member Russell, go ahead.
I would agree with that. We've been discussing this for a couple of years, if not more than that. And for the public just to get this information right now, I agree with Councilmember Ward. They would need more time to digest this, I believe. Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
My question is there a reason that we're doing it so boom, boom, boom? Or is it okay if we push it? I don't disagree with Member Ward on doing this, but I want to make sure that there's not a reason that we're pushing it so quickly now.
Sure. Thank you, Member Wright. So I think the original intent, I mean, we had the first discussions, I don't even remember, it was Q1, January, when we came and presented to the council in an open meeting. And I think at that time, our intent was to get to today. Certainly, very complicated document that ended up covering quite a few details. I think what has been driving the timeline and why we initially set the goal for all of our both groups is I think initially we targeted June, was knowing there were elections and the idea that you start continuing into a new election with a new group of council, are you starting over? And so I think it was to have a continuous discussion with a group of council members that would be in place for the vote, given where we were at the time, and the fact that candidly this asset, when we acquired it, we knew that, but it's not making money right now, shall I say? So I think we had that as a part of the overall timeline when we were looking at this initially, and communicated that to you all as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm comfortable with doing first reading next week, knowing that there's a second reading coming up, and that gives citizens 3 weeks between now and a final decision made on it, and I think that's sufficient time to get word out on it. If council doesn't want to do that, I would ask that we do a special meeting on the 22nd and try to do it. Try to do it then instead of the 29th, because I'm going to be out of town and I would really like to be here for this one. I think the 6th is pushing it too long.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Member Camp.
I had a similar reaction as the Mayor Pro Tem. I think this is why ordinances have 2 readings. It gives everyone a little bit more time. And this issue is obviously not new to the citizens. We've been talking about this with them for many, many years as well. We've been talking about redeveloping this land, which would involve terminating the ground lease. So I am comfortable moving forward with first reading next week, acknowledging that we also have second reading. And if there's additional information that we hear from citizens in public comment at either one of those meetings, I think that can be incorporated.
Thank you very much, Member Camp. I'm looking at the timing. The 29th is not possible on my side, unfortunately. The issue I have with the 22nd, though, is that if we make a special meeting then, we won't have public comment. But if we get the 15th is a regular meeting, so we can get public comment on that night. So the 22nd for me would be preferable in terms of turning that into a special meeting, if we can do that. So that would be my preference. Go ahead.
Just a point of clarification. If we have first reading on the 15th, does that mean that we wouldn't have second reading until the 6th?
Correct. Yeah.
So yeah, that's a month. I feel with a month between now and the final decision, comfortable with that timeline.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Was your light on, Member Frank? No. Go ahead, Member Ward.
So let's follow this through. We do first reading on the 15th. We receive significant public comment between the 15th and the 6th. We go to second reading. We say we want to make these modifications in response to public comment. We have to go back to the developer, possibly in an executive session, negotiate those modifications with the developer, and then by the time we are able to respond adequately to the public comment that we received, we now are pushing this onto a new council. I find that troubling. If it was a foregone conclusion that the second reading would match the first reading, then it would be fine. But I think that we should have some time to gather information from the public. We should accept their comment on the 15th, and in the intervening time, regardless of if we give it just 2 weeks and do a special session on the 22nd, that's fine by me, but it does give some time for this council, should anything come up that we haven't anticipated as a body, to provide feedback, to meet with the developer if we need to, and to look at restructuring the deal. My overarching concern is that if we don't give this an adequate run, we are giving the public the impression that this is a foregone conclusion. We've had multiple executive sessions with the developer on this. We've structured the deal in a way that we're comfortable with, but we don't know what the members of our public think because we had all those meetings in secret. So it's really concerning to me that we would fast forward this late in the process when the public doesn't actually know what's going on.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. Dan, did you have anything to add, or?
I just had a quick comment, and that is a reminder that this transaction is not at all new. It has been discussed in multiple meetings, public meetings with council, study sessions, regular sessions. New Inglewood has been introduced a couple of times in that context. And I will say that based on all the public meetings that we've had, including meetings that related to the development of the new concept plans, there was actually very little public objection to where we were headed, both with the development and with the ground lease termination. There seemed to be a general consensus that if redevelopment of a mixed-use, dense type should occur anywhere in the city, it should be right here. So just by way of background.
Thank you very much, Dan, on that. It's Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Wright.
I think Member Ward actually has a good point that if we take public comment next week, that gives us time to incorporate that into first reading on the 22nd if we do a special meeting. And then we could still have second reading on October 6th, which it would have been anyway. That does actually provide some assurance that we're going to get to a second reading on the 6th rather than later in October or November. So I think that's if council, I think that makes a lot of sense to do it as a special meeting on the 22nd. I'm supportive of that.
Member Wright? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Actually, we'll go with City Attorney Niles first.
Nothing prohibits us from having designated public comment on the 22nd, which would give you 2 weeks for people to marinate on this. And then we could hold a public hearing just on this, inviting public comment on the legislative action. And then have first reading on the 22nd, second reading on October 6th.
Okay. Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. When are you suggesting we have the hearing?
We could designate September 22nd as a special meeting for I think it would be clearest under our code if we called it a public hearing in which we would invite any member of the public to speak on this particular topic. So it wouldn't be an open public comment like we have at a regular meeting. So designated as a special meeting for public comment and for consideration of first reading of an ordinance approving the agreement. Then, assuming it's passed on the 22nd, then second reading would be scheduled for October 6th.
Okay, perfect. And then my other question is, when is the new council sworn in? December something? December 1st.
December 1, right.
Okay, so then if something happens where there's any changes in the ordinance, that still would give time for first and second reading also under this council?
Yes, then first reading, if we need to have any changes on the 22nd or on October 6th, then you could have another reading 2 weeks after that, which would be October 20th. And then the ordinance would go into effect 30 days after publication, which is about 32 days thereafter.
Okay, I think that's the safe route to go.
Yeah, Member Frank, did you have your light on?
I did not have my light on, but I like the suggestion from City Attorney.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to make sure on that, since we typically, I know this for quasi-judicial, we don't have public hearings on the same night as first reading. I just want to make sure all of council's okay with doing that, because we could also do a public hearing next week, right? If we wanted to.
Yes, you certainly could, but this wouldn't be a quasi-judicial hearing. It would be an administrative hearing, a fact gathering hearing.
So I'm totally comfortable with that. Just want to make sure all of the rest of the council is.
For the 22nd, having
the public hearing and the first reading on the same night, because then we don't have that extra week to think through that, if that's which is fine. But
sounds good. I'd be okay with that as well. Public hearing on the 22nd, and then have first reading that same night as well. Gives 2 weeks for comment from the public. So, all right.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Member Ward.
I want to circle back to the assertion that this is not news to anyone in the city, because I disagree. We discussed a number of details of this deal in executive session. If we can just go back to the values analysis sheet on the slide deck, this is a prime example. This information was information that was presented to us in an executive session in a packet that was taken from us before we left the executive session. There was no means of us sharing this information with the members of the public until tonight, because we are not allowed to discuss what we do in executive session in open public light. I would have been talking about this for months ahead of this with my constituency, specifics about it, but I was not, because I was restrained from doing that under the terms of our social agreement and legal agreement regarding executive session. It's really frustrating to me, honestly, that it would be presented in that manner. All I'm asking for, and all I did ask for, was for the public to have enough time, more time, to review this deal in the way that we've constructed it. And I think that's a reasonable request, and I'm grateful to my peers tonight for honoring that request.
Thank you, Member Ward. Yeah, we've been knee deep in this for several years now, and obviously with New England, I think you guys came to us last November, if I remember correctly, for the first discussion. But a lot of conversation with us because we're here every single Monday night, but information that the public doesn't necessarily have. So I agree with the approach that we're looking to take. Any further questions, comments from members of council on this item? Well, everyone, thank you very much, New England. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We will see you on the 22nd. Thank you very much for all the work put into this from every partner, members of staff, New England, and obviously council as well. All right, everyone, thank you very much. We are now going to move on to reports from boards and commissions from our liaisons. Member Noonan.
I have a brief one from the Cultural Arts Commission that met on Wednesday. Just a couple key things to highlight. They are currently doing a survey of all the public art in the community to ensure that anything that's been tagged or is damaged can be updated and cleaned or repaired. They also heard from Lindsay Runyon representing the historic Inglewood on a mural project that they are collaborating on the second floor atrium. And Member Pring, you'll appreciate this. The CAC is actually undergoing really like a visioning and strategic kind of planning process, informal, led by the members themselves, which is great. They want to establish more criteria for the kind of art that we approve and also how they want to work together. And so you'll be seeing some more focus on the vision for cultural and public art coming from them. And they got an update on the wayfinding plan. And that's the update.
Member Ward.
Budget Advisory Committee met. They've been going at it pretty hard recently because of scheduling issues, but they did discuss some really interesting. They had an interesting discussion on the city's reserve policy, and specifically the concept of ratcheting and sliding. And they did some great research, and I think they're coming to the point where they're going to prepare an issue brief for council to discuss some potential to adopt some specific policies that give a better structure of what to do and when in regards to increasing or decreasing the reserves. So this is a great group of people. It was an excellent report that they preliminarily displayed during that meeting, and I'm very excited to see the end product.
Perfect. No one else for board and commissions? Anyone for council members' choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So I have a request about global storage. I assume that the ordinance has been in effect now since the first reading. They are using the gate daily. It's locked, but somebody uses a code to get in, and 10 trucks went up and down that road. And so is the gate locked? Is it supposed to be locked? And if it's not locked, when are they going to lock it for emergency use only?
I assume that's a council request, right? I mean,
well, it is
obviously
okay.
we have
It is
to
a council
research that.
request, but if they're not locking it, it needs to be locked. They promised that they would do that. and it's not being done. So
We'll
yes,
look
it's a
into it
council
right away.
request, but I want to make sure it gets done.
Is that the side gate? Was it
Yes, that's the one at Decatur and Shenango.
right?
And that's where they were going in on the backside of the property
Right.
instead of around on the other side.
Yep. Thank you very much, Member Russell. All right. Anyone else for? Actually, no. Actually, I don't have anything for tonight's city manager's choice. There you go. City
turn?
manager's report. There you go.
Okay,
Sean.
thank you, Mayor. I just have two. I don't normally recognize staff, but I've got two that I want to recognize because this staff member is always watching council meetings at home, and she's celebrating 28 years with the city of Inglewood. Today, it's Nancy Fenton in community development. Secondly, Liz Ramsey, as you got the email today, has accepted a job as assistant town administrator of Lyons, Kansas. She has been our management fellow in the city manager's office. Just a few of the projects that I want to highlight that she has helped us with: revamping our special event and permitting for food trucks and special events, that licensing process, working with lots of community members, lots of staff members internally, working with our sustainability office to coordinate all of our climate resiliency workshops that have really helped round out that plan, creating the ambassador program, which we work very closely with Inglewood Schools now and all of their events. We have a booth there. We have staff. She coordinates getting staff. Other nonprofits in town that have events, she has worked with them to create that ambassador program. She's developed a process by which we recognize community members and staff members here at council in a very effective, I believe, way. And she's also been coordinating for several months the neighborhood grant program that's making recommendations for program modifications. She's done that. Member Wright worked with her on the severe weather sheltering subcommittee of Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Committee, and she did a great job of leading that group to a new set of guidelines for both heat and cold in severe weather sheltering for our unhoused neighbors. And then last, and there's like a lot more I could say, but she's also been working with our facilities team in the last month as our interim facilities manager, as we are working to hire and will be soon hiring a facilities manager, but really in improving the processes and project management and work order system around facilities. So can't say enough about Liz, but just want to thank you all for the opportunity for this 2-year position that has helped our office tremendously, moved forward a lot of things we wouldn't otherwise have had time to do. I do want to mention that we are going to be using her salary savings to the end of the year for an intern. You heard from an intern tonight who is with the city manager's office, but is doing it as part of his degree plan and is not being paid. So we are going to be having 2 interns for the next a few months, and look forward to figuring out how we staff special projects when the end of the year comes. But just want to thank you all and Liz for her great work with the city. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Yeah, Liz, very impressive work. I just remember her from all the strategic plan updates and everything that she's done even during the council retreat. So Liz, good luck in your next endeavors. Thank you very much for everything you did for the city. We also forgot to mention Officer Sage for retiring after 42 years. That was the other one that we did not mention, but thank you very much, Officer Sage, for everything that you did for the city of Inglewood. Yeah, a lot of special people that we have come in the doors of Inglewood, so just appreciate everything that they've done. So with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. It is about 10:12. We will see you next Monday night. Have a good evening.